Stream is working, and all of the things are.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you all had a good night's sleep and are ready to begin again. We are reconvening the February 25th, 25 meeting of the State Election Board. This is, of course, February 26th, 2025 for day 2 of that meeting. And we will hit the ground running and start with the Chatham County cases, which are next on the agenda. So the first case to be heard this morning is SEB 2022-103. And that's Chatham County failure to open polls at 7. And it's tab number 39 in the board's book. Is Rick here also? If the investigators would like to present that case.
Okay, this is 2022-103 Chatham County failure to open polls at 7. It was reported from the Chatham County District 7 to 9C voting place was not up and running at 7 o'clock in the morning of voting, and that the poll workers.
Good. All right.
The poll workers did not contact the county election center until 7:25 to report that the machines were not working. The second complaint was it was reported that a video was illegally taken of poll workers at the Pooler precinct, and that it was posted online to the Chatham Free Press Facebook page. The findings are for complaint 1. Mrs. Hill Jones documented that she discovered the poll pad problems before opening the polls at 6:50 a.m. and that is when she contacted the technician who arrived at 7:35 a.m. Mrs. Hill Jones documented there were approximately 20 voters in line when the poll was opened at 7 and the voting began just before 8 o'clock. She did not offer emergency ballots because she believed that the technician would be there within 10 to 15 minutes to fix the issue. She did not seek to obtain a court order to extend poll hours for the time voting didn't occur, 7 to 8 o'clock, because of the poll pad issue. Ms. Hill Jones was a first-time poll manager, and she reported that although 3 voters left the precinct while the technician was on the way, all 3 voters returned later and were able to cast their ballots. Mr. Wooten was unaware this occurred until an investigator contacted him regarding this investigation. The technician thought the poll manager had alerted the Board of Elections office, and Mrs. Hill Jones believed she had done what she needed to do when she contacted the technician, and he was able to correct the poll pad issue. The second complaint, it appears that the 35 seconds of video might have been recorded by a female elector who was being told she had already voted, but her name was not stated in the video. The poll manager documented that the poll worker in the video has viewed the footage, but stated that the poll worker said he did not see a phone or a camera. The investigator spoke with Mr. Wooten, and he explained the problem in this instance was a master upload issue. He stated this is not uncommon and has happened in precincts before. He explained that prior notices sometimes don't get erased during the upload, and therefore it may show that an elector has already voted. Mr. Wooten explained that the registrar has the ability to search the system to determine if an elector has voted and can verify the results to the poll manager, which is what took place. So there's sufficient evidence to show that Chatham County Board of Elections Supervisor, Mrs. Hill Jones, Chatham County Board of Elections violated SEB Rule 183-112.11, conducting elections. There is also sufficient evidence to show that Mr. Billy Wooten, Mrs. Hill Jones, and the Chatham County Board of Elections violated OCGA 212403 subsection AB, time for opening and closing of polls, extended poll hours.
The respondents are Mr. Billy Wooten, Ms. Belinda Hill Jones, and Mr. Wooten, are you online today?
Yes, I am.
would you like to respond to this case?
First, I'd like to do a little housekeeping. Somehow we've got 3 different complaints melded into one. The videoing at the pole was at a separate pole. It was not at the same pole. It was at a pooler pole and involved a different set of people than the people in the complaint as far as the pole opening late. And the pole pad issue is a completely different issue from another pole as well. We had pole pad issues at this pole, but it wasn't an upload issue. I just think there's been maybe some cut and paste issues here that have kind of melded complaints that were at different poles at different times, and maybe even at different elections. But I would like to respond to 7-9, poll 7-9, which opened late. That was the first time manager, the first time that she had worked polls previously. That was her first time as a manager. She had certainly some anxiety and some confusion that day. There were communication issues. If she'd have called the office, I would have had a technician there in 10 minutes, and we could have figured out why the pole pads wouldn't power up. But she called her tech, and the tech said, "Well, you're my next stop. I'll be there very shortly." She did not tell the tech, "Well, I'm not open." So there was communication issues that I wish had not happened. I counseled with her and with the tech to make sure they understood that this was not acceptable and that they needed to ask more questions. If a manager says, "I need you," then the tech needs to say, "Are you open? Are you prepared to open?" And the tech needs to say, you need to call the election office. Billy's got a help desk team that can respond immediately. We could have had someone there in short time. The poll manager worked 2 more elections. After this one, we did not have any issues opening late. She did a good job for us after this initial issue. She has since left the election. I'm told she started her own business, and we're proud of her for that. We do not experience late openings in Chatham. We did not have any polls open late in 2020, 21, 23, or 24. We stress that and work on that diligently to make sure that the polls are open. That day, I questioned the poll manager about the voters who were there in the poll to vote. And she explained to me that none were turned away. She explained to me that voters were told they could vote a paper ballot if they chose, but they wanted to wait and vote on the machines. They wanted to see that the system was working. And I certainly understood that. She told me as well that 2 or 3 people left but came back to cast a vote. So based on that, I talked with my board chairman. Based on that, we didn't have anyone that was turned away or that could not cast a vote. And so voters indeed were able to vote. I did not receive a complaint from a voter that day. And there were no posts. We monitor social media posts, and we certainly are in touch with local media to see if they're hearing of problems at the polls, because that's sometimes a good way to find out. People maybe won't call us first. Instead, they'll post something somewhere. And so I really, it mortified me that we opened late, as I told the investigator when they called me, but we did everything we could do to rectify the situation, and we put measures in place so that this absolutely will not happen again.
Okay. Any questions from the board, Mr. Wooten?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Johnson.
Mr. Wooten, could you describe the problem with the poll pads?
I was told they would not power up. And I never did get a clear understanding. I went to that poll. It's in a church. I went to that poll to see if I could better understand what that situation was. Because if they're not going to power up, I mean, they were fully charged when they left our warehouse, and they should have come right on. And the plugs, we tested the plugs in that room, and the electrical outlets were working. And so I don't know if there was just some confusion on the part of the poll manager and her team. The technician got there and he started them up. I mean, he had two running immediately. And so he also had confusion about why they had a problem starting them.
So your understanding is it was just a power on problem?
Yes.
Not a data upload problem?
No.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If these are three different complaints that have been rolled into one case number, could we possibly hear these as three separate complaints?
Well, I'm questioning whether this complaint two, if you look at the first paragraph, complaint two, and I don't know why I didn't catch this, it seems to reference this video being taken, but the rest, the other paragraphs with that complaint two don't seem to match the first paragraph.
It's what she was talking about, so we don't know who that person was. We couldn't identify who the video was.
I know who the video was.
Who was it, Mr. Wood?
Well, it's a poll worker whose name is David Lee, and he worked at a Pooler poll, which I think is poll number 716. And someone sent him that and said, "Did you know you were on the internet talking to voters at the poll today?" And of course he didn't, and he alerted us, and we saw it, and that's how we reported it to the state. We reported that that a video was taken without the voter obviously had a hidden camera of some type, and took a video of him explaining how the voter checked in, and the voter was filming their own check-in process there at the poll pad. And and so we reported that and turned that in. That was at a separate poll. And David, I know that the investigator got David Lee's information from me to call him and talk to him about that.
But you
It's not him, it's we don't know who recorded the video. He couldn't say who. He didn't
We
see
did not.
anybody with a camera or phone is what I'm
That
saying.
that is correct. We do not know who recorded it, correct.
So there's only two complaints here. Then there's one about the video and one about the poll pads not being powered up at the beginning. Dr. Johnson, it's just the two complaints.
Well, it appears in the second part of that complaint is a master upload issue. Complaint number 2.
The issue is voters showing up and initially appearing that they had voted, and then upon further research that they can discover that incorrect data. That's something that we've seen across elections and across precincts and across counties. That is a not uncommon problem.
That
I
we have-
don't think we have the information here to really truly understand what's behind that. And that is an issue that I would ask the chair request more briefing from the Secretary of State about that particular issue, because we have seen it in previous elections, to really understand the root of it. One comment about master upload issue and the report is, to me, not sufficient to actually identify the root of the problem. So I think that would be worthy of getting more information and ask for a briefing from the Secretary of State on why that issue does happen.
Mr. Wooten, is this the third complaint you're talking about?
Well, the master upload issue that's listed here, I actually think I was questioned about that as part of complaint 145, because we did have a long discussion about the uploads and poll pads in the complaint 145, which is, I think, tab 41. I think they got cut and pasted into the wrong place. I'm not casting blame. I'm just, I know I've talked about those issues. I talked about those issues with an investigator, and I think that was part and parcel to 145.
I think the reason that it was in this complaint is because it was explaining what was actually seen in the video. And so I think the fact that there was a video is sort of creating a little bit of confusion here. Somebody was videoing their check-in process when they were being told that they had already voted when in fact they hadn't. And so the sort of the logic flow is, okay, so why were they being told that they had voted and they hadn't? And this is why. So that's.
I put that on my list to inquire with master upload issue.
Thank you.
Right, but Mr. Chair, if this is an inaccurate write-up, I think we need to send this back for an accurate write-up. I mean, we could separate the complaint number 1 and deal with that, and the video issue, we don't know who the person was videoing. That's insufficient evidence as best I can tell. And then remove the issue about the glitch or the master upload problem.
They were all the same case. So these are 2 different investigators, so they didn't confuse the 2 cases. This investigator was speaking with them about what the possible glitch could have been because of that video. And that's where he spoke. So separate investigator speaking to Mr. Wooten. It wasn't the same one that confused 2 cases. These are 2 separate cases. So he was speaking about that possible glitch and what was in the video. And that's the explanation he received.
So the video was of the glitch.
No, it was a woman saying there was a person, I think it was a female, but it said they didn't know who was recording that poll worker, informing an elector that the system was showing they had already voted. It's a 35-second video where he was talking about a glitch.
Right. So the video was referencing the glitch.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was all part of the same complaint. So I agree with you, Dr. Johnson. Let's talk about the first complaint first and make a decision on it, and then we can come to the second one.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add, the Chatham County Attorney is on, but is not able to speak, and that's Andre Pretorius, and he was thinking that if you could unmute him, then he might be able to add some things to our discussion.
He's unmuted. He's unmuted at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have something to add to the first complaint?
No, just that the issue that we had there that day was brand new worker. And if that worker had let us know a little bit earlier, we would have been able to fix that quicker, but nothing, they assumed that the person was on their way and it would be rectified really quickly. But then when the person didn't show up, that's when Mr. Wooten was notified, and that's when he got the technician out there to get everything working. But it was something that we'd never dealt with, where it wouldn't power up, wouldn't start. And so it was rectified immediately. And none of the voters out there wanted to leave. None of them wanted a paper ballot. They wanted to wait for the machine to start up. So nobody was denied their opportunity to vote. And that's why we didn't request an extension of the voting time at that point.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pretorius. Any other questions from the board on complaint number 1 in this case?
Yes, in fact, Mr. Pretorius, I'm glad you mentioned the emergency ballots. Were voters offered the opportunity to cast emergency ballots and they chose not to? Or
Yes.
so the poll manager did offer them?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Witten, do you train your poll workers in the use of emergency paper ballots, especially if the polls are not open?
Yes, ma'am, we
At
sure
7.
do. Yes, ma'am, and we've had to use them. We had a situation last year in the primary where the people didn't show up to open the poll. And so we had to open the poll on the porch and use paper ballots and the paper list and certificates and such until we got the poll open. So we indeed have done that.
Do you, Mr. Wooten, do you have a paper numbered sign-in list of voters?
Yes, there's one that goes to every poll on election day.
That they have a written numbered voter list?
Yes.
Any other first questions from the board on this complaint number 1? The chair would entertain a motion.
I move we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on the complaint number 1. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Dr. Johnson. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on complaint number 1 signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The motion carries 4-0. A letter of instruction will be issued on complaint number 1 referencing SEB 2022-103. Complaint number 2, Dr. Johnson, did you want to continue this for further information gathering?
I would like to continue it for further information and clarification of rather than putting in possibilities unless they're of what the problem was, if there is evidence or documentation of the issue with the poll pads. I mean, the complaint was about a video, and we're throwing and the investigative summary talks about possible reasons that don't, I mean, they really don't pertain to the evidence.
Are you making a motion there, Dr. Johnson?
I make a motion to continue this.
We have a motion to continue complaint number 2. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member King to continue complaint number 2. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A vote of 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Wooten, but you're still up, I think. The next case on the agenda is SEB 2022-144 Chatham County voter registration fraud. It's tab number 40 in your book for the board members.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add, Chatham County has a split system. We have a Board of Elections and we have voter registration. And our longtime outstanding registrar, Sabrina Germerman, is on the call, and she would be answering along with the county attorney with any questions about VR.
We are happy that she's there, and she has been unmuted to be able to speak.
Thank you.
If the investigators would please go through this case real quick.
So SCB 2022-144, the Secretary of State's office received a complaint alleging that a voter, Joyce Elaine Carlstad, is registered to vote at an address in Chatham County where she has never lived. The complainant reported that he has tried to have her name removed from his address for over 2 years without success. The complainant reported the Chatham County Board of Registrars office said they could not remove Mrs. Carlstad's name unless she requested it, even if he proved she did not live there. The citizen complainant indicated they have lived at their address in Chatham County for over 7 years, and they've continued to receive mail for Mrs. Carlstad, who he has never met and he does not know. The citizen stated that he checked the history of the house and could not determine if Mrs. Carlstad had ever lived there. The citizen was told that he could challenge the voter, and that is what he did. A hearing was ultimately held August 8th. The Chatham County Board determined that Mrs. Carlstad was not a resident of the complainant's home and ruled that she should be removed from the voters list. The investigator checked ENET on May 1st, 2023, and Mrs. Carlstad's voting status was still listed as active. There was also documentation in ENET to show that Mrs. Carlstad was mailed an absentee ballot in Sweden for the November 8th, 2022 general election. The investigator spoke with Mrs. Carlstad, and she stated that she lived in California and moved to Georgia for approximately a year before moving to Sweden. She indicated that when she moved to Sweden, she called the Chatham County Board of Election and was told to use her last address in Savannah as her voter residence. She mentioned Mrs. German as one of the people she was corresponding with and had emails to substantiate her assertions. She also provided a statement to the investigator stating that she lived in Savannah, Georgia from 2004 to 2005, and then relocated to Sweden, where she has lived since then. She did advise that she was going to change her address to the Chatham County Courthouse after she was advised to do so by the investigator. So based on the investigation, we determined that there was sufficient evidence to suggest that the Chatham County Board of Registration and Sabrina German violated OCGA 21-2-230 sub F, challenge a person on list of electors when they failed to remove Joyce Elaine Carlstad from the voters list after the Chatham County Board of Registrars voted on August 9th that she was no longer eligible to participate in elections in Chatham County because she no longer resides within Chatham County. And also OCGA 21-2-381 sub B sub 1 sub 3, making of application for absentee ballot, determination of eligibility by ballot clerk when the Chatham County Board of Registrars determined on August 9th, 2022 that Mrs. Carlstad was not a resident of Chatham County, Georgia. However, a new absentee ballot was issued to her anyway for the November 8th, 2022 general election.
I believe the board may have some questions on this. Member Gazal, I know you had expressed some interest in this case.
Yes, I wanted to give Registrar Chairman an opportunity to make any comments first. But I do have
Okay, good morning. In response to the query on on May the 22nd, we respectfully apologize for the error for not moving Ms. Carlstad's name from the list of voters First and foremost, we apologize for any difficulties this error may have caused. Staff has implemented procedures to ensure that the challenge elector, in which the BOR challenges and they upheld those procedures and measures we've put in place to make sure that this won't happen again.
Well, in this particular case, I would encourage you to be a little more circumspect because in fact, rather than reviewing state law, this particular case is governed by federal law, specifically UOCAVA. 52 USC section 20310 subparagraph 5B and 5C dictates that an overseas voter who is a US citizen is still eligible to remain registered to vote at the last residence they held in the United States. And so this voter is actually still eligible to vote from the residence where she last lived, which is the residence where she was registered. It is a very unusual circumstance and it's very confusing for current homeowners. My only question is whether or not the voter has any intention to return to the United States at any point in time. If they do, then they remain eligible to vote in all elections, including local elections. If they intend to remain in Sweden and do not intend to return to the United States, then they are still eligible to vote in federal elections, but not in state and local elections. So that is a follow-up question that you, Ms. German, will need to submit to the voter to find out her intentions. The federal postcard application actually asks this question, but it's unclear whether or not we'll be able to use those moving forward. I don't see any reason why she can't change her registration to the courthouse, but certainly there was no error in issuing the ballot to her. So I would, it's a little precipitous to make a motion, but I don't find any violation of law in issuing the ballot. And I think it's certainly very much an open question whether or not a UOCAVA voter can be appropriately challenged when federal law allows her to remain registered at that address.
So member, Gazal, you think that they got it right by screwing up again?
I think they got it right. I think that's exactly right. It is, UOCAVA is a niche law and it is confusing and it's something that it's important though that the counties remain up to date on what that law requires.
So you don't think there's any violation on part of Chatham County then?
I don't.
Okay. Are there any other questions from other members of the board? Is there a response from Chatham County on this?
No, sir.
I move we dismiss this complaint.
We have a motion from member Gazal to dismiss this complaint. Is there a second?
Still thinking, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Member King, we can barely hear you. I don't know if you need to turn up your speaker.
Oh, okay. Let me work on that.
Okay.
This better?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
You have a motion from member Gazal to dismiss his complaint based on the information she provided on UOCAVA. Is there a second from a board member?
My challenge is that I don't know enough about the UOCAVA to debate it. And so I feel a little uncomfortable moving forward and just outright dismissing the case based off of that, the UOCAVA, and not knowing a lot about it. So I'm just still trying to process through whether or not dismissing is the right course of action. That's where I am, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, could we ask, what was the reason for the challenge?
The reason for the
Chatham County, would you respond to that question, please?
Yes, so the reason for the challenge originally through the Board of Registrars was that the person said that she was no longer living at that, or that he never had an idea that she lived at that address, but there is proof that she did live there for a year. When she moved to Sweden, she still wanted an absentee ballot since she's still a US citizen, she wanted to vote. But the problem was that she didn't have an actual address here in the US. And so by the actual federal law and by case law here, you have to prove that the person no longer wants to return to that address. And so when the Board of Registrars took her off of that list, she should have remained on the list. But the allegation here is that, well, she was removed, she shouldn't have gotten a ballot, but she's still a citizen that's eligible to vote. Where would she vote? And so when she got the absentee ballot by us, even when it's assumed to be a mistake, it was correct to still give her a ballot. If we don't, then we would have violated her right to be able to vote. Because there's nowhere that she said that she's not wanting to come back to the country. And that is one of the main questions that the court asks when they look at these cases. They say, you have to prove that that person has no intention of coming back to this address or to come back to the state or to come back to this country.
And
It's
even
their
under
right.
these circumstances, she still retains the right to vote in federal elections.
That's correct.
And is she a permanent resident of Sweden?
We don't know.
You don't know on the voter application form?
The
It
fact
has-
that she
if it's-
requested, I'm sorry.
Is it a temporary or permanent?
Even if she's a permanent resident, she remains a US citizen until she gives up her US citizenship. There's no way for us to determine when she wants to give up that citizenship.
Correct. So what kind of ballot was she sent for the last election?
I'm unsure. And
Even in inchoate, undetermined intention to return at some point is sufficient to get the full state ballot.
I see. I just see a record of ballots that were sent and received that initially they're general election ballots. And then the last one that is in this report says is January 2021, which was a federal election.
that's correct.
Okay, so is
Correctly,
Is she-
January 2021 also had, oh no, I'm sorry. Was there, I'm trying to remember if there was a statewide runoff as well, but I don't recall.
It was for the US Senate seat.
Right, now I was
Yes.
just trying to remember if, I know that we've had a PSC runoff, but I don't remember if that was 2018 or 2020, honestly.
You had the Senate runoff in 2021, right?
Yes, that's correct.
so I don't understand still. Is she flagged as a federal only voter or a complete ballot? A full ballot voter?
I'm unsure. I'd have to check with Ms. German.
Just like Member Gazelle just stated that if they're permanent residents, they still have the right to vote in federal elections as long as they're a citizen. And she is And I assume she's still currently a citizen of the United States. Is that
As far
correct?
as we can tell, yes.
It is extremely difficult to renounce U.S. citizenship because the U.S. is one of the few countries where your taxes follow you regardless of your residence.
And her ballots have been sent to Sweden, all of these ballots
Correct.
electronically. Okay. I would second the motion to dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss and a second to dismiss this case. Any further discussion? Hearing no I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do have a little bit. Just really quick, I just want to make sure I fully understand this. So basically, what we're saying is that someone can. I understand the law. I just want to make sure we fully understand that the public understands this. For citizenship, if you have citizenship here, even if you have dual citizenship in another country, if she spends 90% of her time in Switzerland, but and let's say she spends 99% of her time in Switzerland, and that 1% is here in America, that allows her to vote in our elections. And I find, I just want to state for the record that I do find that a little bit concerning that someone can possibly live in another country for the majority of their time and still be able to participate in our elections. But I understand the law is the law, so we have to just kind of go with it. But I do want to state that for the record, that is a concern of mine.
As
Can I
a
address that?
former resident of Switzerland, I want to make sure that we understand this is Sweden.
Sorry.
That was all to know. I
Sorry
lived
about
in
that.
Switzerland for a number of years, but part of it
Sweden,
goes with the fact that U.S. citizens pay U.S. taxes no matter where they live. So with that act, you also have the right to determine how those taxes are spent, and you do that by voting.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that. I just stating, just for the record.
It is on the record. We have a motion and a second to dismiss this claim. Any further discussion?
The only further discussion is I would just like to make the point that it appears that this person has lived in Sweden for 20 years, since 2005, which is an interesting point to think about. But it's legal for her to vote here. And if she's a permanent resident, it should be for just federal elections.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to dismiss this this claim or complaint. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This complaint is dismissed by a vote of 4-0. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2022-145 Chatham County double voting. It's tab number 41 in your book. The investigators, please.
Yes, this case was reported that Frederick Gaylord allegedly voted twice during the May 24th, 2022 general primary election. It was alleged that Mr. Gaylord voted once at the precinct 711 polling location and the second time at precinct 817 polling location. The investigation revealed that both Mr. and Mrs. Gaylord voted twice during the May 24th, 2023 general primary election. It's substantiated by both of the respondents' own admission during their interviews. They both admitted to voting first at the Savannah Fire Station 14, the precinct 7-11, and polling location because it was close to their house, and a second time at Georgia Tech, the Savannah campus 817. Mrs. Gaylord commented how she did not trust the voting system, and since she was assigned to the Georgia Tech Savannah campus polling location, they voted there as well. She remembered receiving 2 different articles of mail, both identifying different assigned polling locations. Mrs. Gaylord knew that voting twice was against the law, so that after voting the second time, she went back to the Savannah Fire Station 14 and told the poll manager what they had done. Both the respondents said the poll manager told them their vote would only be counted once. Mrs. Gaylord spoke about how the idea of testing the system came about after she spoke with someone at a hair salon who claimed a friend was told she had already voted when she had not. The investigator asked her if she and her husband was intended to test the system. She replied, "No, I just wanted to see if what was going to happen, where we were supposed to vote. They should have flagged us and they did not, and that was the issue." The original complaint documentation included screenshots showing where the respondent, Mr. Gaylord, first checked in at precinct 711 Savannah Fire Station and then later at precinct 817, the Georgia Tech. The screenshots further substantiated the allegation against Mr. Gaylord. The investigator was only successful in obtaining the single voter certificate for Mrs. Gaylord. During the primary election, both precinct 711 and precinct 817 polling locations experienced issues with their assigned polling pads. The poll pads at both locations were programmed to accept both 711 and 817 precinct voters. This allowed poll workers to create voter access cards for voters from both precincts. The voters could then make their selections on the BMDs and print their ballots. However, not all voters could scan their ballots. The scanners at each location were programmed correctly and by design rejected the other precinct voters' ballots. The issue with the poll pads persisted throughout the day at precinct 7-11 polling location and the 817 Georgia Tech campus, and they were able to resolve the issue rather quickly by simply utilizing two different poll pads. Mr. Wooten said he did not receive any complaints from voters regarding the issue. The election supervisor mentioned how no voters were turned away. They either voted, were referred to their correct polling location, or offered a provisional ballot. The investigator was asked to follow up and determine if the county was at fault for the poll pads not being properly programmed with the correct voter information. The investigator obtained copies of the logic and accuracy testing documentation. The poll pad LNA sheets appeared to be properly signed and marked. However, the total voters shown by poll pad for polling location numbers were identical on both sheets, 5924. This number led the investigator to believe that the poll pads from both precincts, 711 and 817, may have been loaded with identical voter information. The investigator followed up with Mr. Wooten and asked if the county or Knowing was responsible for the incorrect poll pad voter data. Mr. Wooten believed that the information for the poll pads was sent incorrectly, and because each precinct had the same ballot, it was not caught during LNA testing. To the best of Mr. Wooten's knowledge, the data that was provided to Knowing had the voters properly split between the two precincts. He did not have the voter data that was provided to Knowing for the two precincts and explained how the data is wiped after each election. The investigator spoke with Knowing Southeast election director and explained how the poll pads at both locations were programmed to accept both 711 and 817 precinct voters, and the total number of voters loaded on the poll pads were the same. The investigator explained that he was trying to determine if the county provided incorrect information / voter data to Knowing, or if Knowing provided incorrect information, voter data to the county. The investigator provided the director with the precinct polling place information as well as poll pad tag ID number for each of the poll pads. The director agreed to check Knowing's records and get back in touch. He had corresponded with Knowing Southeast director via email and provided a list of the preliminary polling places that were part of Knowing's precinct to polling place mapping file. The list showed where both precincts, 711 and 817, poll pads were assigned to Fire Station 14. There was not a Georgia Tech Savannah campus polling place location listed on a copy of the preliminary polling places listed. This is what allowed voter access cards to be processed for voters from the two precincts at both the Fire Station and Georgia Tech Savannah Tech voting locations. However, if the voter was out of the precinct, the scanner would not accept their ballot. The Southeastern election director also provided copies of both the Georgia election checklist and election day acknowledgement form. The acknowledgement form was signed by the county warehouse supervisor. When signing the acknowledgement form, you are assuring that all necessary steps to include completing the election day checklist have been satisfied. The second to last item on the first page of the checklist is poll pad is assigned to the correct polling place. The county warehouse supervisor did not remember receiving a preliminary polling places list from Knowing, but did remember the Georgia election checklist and signing the election day acknowledgement form. The county warehouse supervisor had staff members that prepared each of the poll pads for election day and said at the time he signed the election day acknowledgement form, and his staff was not required to do so. This changed after the issue came to light, and staff members were now required to sign their own acknowledgement forms. Potential violations discovered for Frederick Gaylord and Sandra Gaylord Evidence shows they possibly violated OCGA 21-2572, repeat voting in same primary election. And a violation for Chatham County Board of Elections, Billy Wooten, and the election supervisor, David Erickson. There's evidence to suggest that they violated SED Rule 183-112, subsection 19-7, preparation of the electors list and use of electronic poll book.
Well, thank you. I believe that Mr. Gaylord, Mrs. Gaylord is online, and also Billy Wooten. Is Mr. Erickson, Dave Erickson online? No, Mr. Erickson's not online.
Hi,
Pardon me?
Fred Gaylord's online.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gaylord, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir, I would. The young lady had read this, and it sounds a lot worse than I think it is. First of all, we received conflicting information in the mail on where to vote. We went to the closest place. They had us listed. We voted there. And then we decided, let's go to the other place just to see that we wanted to make sure our vote counted. So we went there and they said, yes, you're supposed to vote here. So we did. After doing that, we realized that it was not proper to vote twice. We went back to the original polling place and told them that they said we should have voted there, not at this place. And the manager there said, don't worry about it. It'll only be counted once. Now it's strange that they had me, or they had found that I had voted in two places through their screenshot or whatever, but they did not have Sandy as having voted twice. The only way we feel that this was actually recognized is that we self-identified ourselves. So the complaint is our complaint to ourselves, but we were trying to rectify the situation. The idea of testing the polls was not an issue. Yes, Sandy's, somebody at the beauty salon said that they were turned away because they had voted already, and she swore she didn't. So we had no idea to test the system, but we wanted to make sure our vote counted. Now, we've voted in every election since then. In fact, the last one, we made sure we weren't going to have a problem. We still are getting separate polling places to vote at. So last time we voted early down at the courthouse, so there was no questions there. We've talked to the investigator twice, and he basically said that there should not be a problem. But we wanted to make sure, and I wanted to be on here to talk to you, to the board. So I appreciate your consideration of this, and please let me know.
Is Mrs. Gaylord online with us too?
She's not. She's in the doctor's office. She just had a procedure on her nose, and they're doing some testing now.
Yep. All right. Mr. Wooten, do you have a comments to make?
I have a comment about our polls. I don't have any comment about what the Gaylords did, but I can certainly comment about, the polling situation in that area of Chatham. Those two polls were the same poll for many years. In fact, we had to split poll 7-11 three ways. It had gotten so big, the population in that area of Chatham had grown so much. We had to split it three ways. And so we retained poll 7-11 and also established poll 8-17 and 8-18. They were all in the same section of the county, and at that time had the same ballot. And so there was a lot of literature that was mailed to voters in that area about this change. It was a major change in polling locations. It was well advertised, it was well documented, but there were voters that had to go to different polls that day simply because of that magnitude of a change. We didn't have a choice really, the poll had gotten too big for the facility it was in, and we had to split it, so we split it 3 ways. And so the situation with the programming, the poll pads, we thought that we had the poll pads assigned to the correct poll. We thought that we had communicated that to No Inc. We thought that No Inc. had, and of course the ballot was the same. So the only difference was the poll, the precinct number was different. And so when we programmed all the equipment, of course, I don't really know. I've talked to No Inc. about this and talked to my team about this hours worth. We don't really know whether it was a clerical error on our part or a paperwork error, or whether No Inc. did assign poll pads to the wrong poll. I mean, whatever it happened, but the saving grace was the scanners, of course, they were coded correctly. So once the report came to me early that day that there were ballots that were appropriately marked but could not be scanned, it became obvious that we had an issue, that we had voters from one poll that were being allowed to check in at a different poll, but their ballots were going to have to be scanned at their correct poll. And so we immediately worked with the poll managers for them to recognize on the poll pad when the voter came up, it would give the precinct number. And so we could tell that voter, when we figured that out, we were able to tell them, no, you need to go to the fire station, or you need to go to the Georgia Tech campus to vote. The ballots that we had that would not scan, we scanned them into the correct poll later that day, so that we were able to reconcile the vote totals. We were able to reconcile the check-ins and the votes that were cast that day, so that we had a correct accounting and a correct reconciliation of the people that were able to vote. The only comment that I would say about the other issue with regard to the double votes is that the only way that happened was that the individuals went to 2 different polls.
Did the county send out information to voters that they could that they had to vote at 2 different polls?
Yes. Oh yeah, that was well done. I mean, in plenty of time.
How many voters did that go to?
Thousands, because we had more than 7,000 people in the original precinct, and we split it 3 ways.
So a voter would get 2 notifications that they would be allowed to vote at 2 different polls then?
Well, not at 2 different polls. No, they were assigned to a poll.
So the Gaylords only received 1 notification?
They only got 1 notification that I know of from voter registration telling them what their precinct was. And they could have looked that up on my voter page, and it would have told them what their precinct was.
Am I unmuted?
So the voters did not receive conflicting information then on polls?
Not that I know anything about, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Am I still on mute, or am I unmuted?
No, you're Mr. Gaylord, did you receive more than 1 notification?
Absolutely. We both were assigned to different polling places. That's hence the confusion why we went to 1. When they allowed me to vote there, they took my license, my wife's license, And they said, yep, and here's the papers, go vote. That's
No,
when
when
we
you-
said that, I'm sorry.
Did you receive a document though that told you which poll to vote at?
Yes, I received one and my
Okay.
wife received a separate one.
And they were different polling locations though.
Yes, sir, in the
Okay,
same
all right,
household.
got it. All right, I got it. All right.
So that is, I've seen this happen before in other counties, and that is a districting problem. That is a problem with the registration. And I would actually ask the investigators on this aspect to go to undertake an investigation why two individuals in the same household are assigned to different polling locations, because that's not the way districting is done. That's not the way precinct lines are drawn. It is according to the household. So there was an error there. And I would like for us to get to the bottom of that. Mr. Wooten, can you tell me, so I know that the investigative report said that the county had identified the double vote in addition to Mr. and Mrs. Gaylord's self-reporting. You had identified that in your reconciliation, post-election reconciliation processes. So these were the only double votes that you were able to identify due to this problem with poll pads accepting voters from multiple precincts?
That's correct.
Now, how many votes were you able to identify that at the end, that when you reconciled, where voters went to the wrong location, were able to vote but weren't able to scan that? How many voters were implicated in that?
I don't have that in front of me right now, but it was less than 50. That would be my best guess.
My concern here is that all 50 of those had the same opportunity that the Gaylords had. They could have, because they were accepted in poll pads in two different locations. This is a very, very serious error, because all 50 of those could have voted twice, and you would not have known that until after the election. And some of our small local elections are decided with margins smaller than that. So while I understand that you don't know the source of the problem, whether it was a user error from the county or a user error on the part of Knowink, it was nonetheless a very, very serious error here.
May I speak?
Mr. Gaylord,
Hello?
yes.
Yes, it's just very strange that we were the only two flagged when it turns out we're the ones that reported it and nobody else did. So if people voted in two different places, nobody else had the common sense or the integrity to go in and tell the first polling place. And even Mrs. Gaylord was not flagged as having voted twice. That was only by her admission.
But Mr. Gaylord, my understanding is you were the only ones who actually cast ballots, two different ballots on the same day.
We did, yes.
Other voters, these 50 voters cast ballots in the wrong precinct, but only cast one ballot.
Okay. Okay, and I understand.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, it seemed like we were flagged because we flagged ourselves, trying to be honest and above board and have integrity.
Yep. Yeah, once again, I think that this is a case that needs to be bifurcated and split into the Gaylord's portion of the case and then the Chatham County portion with the issues with the polling locations. If the board agrees with that. So
I agree. I'm very concerned about individuals being able to vote in two different locations. When it comes to the Gaylord, I do believe that they were acting in good faith by acknowledging their error. And so I absolutely think we should separate these two issues. But I would like you to, Mr. Chairman, if you could just add to our long list that's going to the Secretary of State's office to kind of look into this, the MVP page, that we utilize to see where our voting location is something that I think we can, they should either make sure that it's accurate or promote that, because that should have been an easy way for them to find out where their voting place is. And if it shows that they have two different voting places, then again, that does go back to the Secretary of State's office. So I would like to add that to our list.
Thank you.
I'm writing it down.
Thank you.
I will say that it's the county that determines the voting location, not the state. The county.
I was
the
referring to
county
the
is in charge.
website. I was just
Yeah.
referring to the MVP page.
Right. Got it.
And you're asking the Secretary of State, what is the question, Member King?
I just want to verify that if they could just verify that this is not an issue, utilizing this case as a case study. I'm very interested to know whether or not if the Gaylords, if one of them had opened up their app and saw two different locations. I really want to make sure that's not happening. I know there are a lot of people that utilize that platform. So that's just another, I'm not saying that the Secretary of State have done anything wrong. I just think they should look into that.
I got it.
We
Mr.
can do
Chair,
that.
I would like to express my concern about the poll pads, which are electronic poll books, being inaccurate. And I think that's very problematic that we only know of the Gaylords that voted twice. It is not unusual when people get recorded as voting by two different methods. The assumption is it's a clerical error and it's adjusted in the vote history file. So this is all that we know of. And my understanding was in 2022, the poll pads on election day were uploaded with just the eligible voters for that precinct. So I hear Mr. Wooten's description of possibly why multiple precincts were loaded on multiple poll pads, which suggests that proper logic and accuracy testing was not performed on these poll pads. But I think it's a grave problem, just like Member Gazelle does too. So I think both of these are serious violations.
It sounds to me like we need a little more investigation on complaint number 2. Let's go back to complaint number 1, which is the Gaylord's participation in double voting. Are there any more questions to be asked of the Gaylords by the board?
I have a question.
Oh, let's see if the board has any questions first, Mr. Gaylord.
Sure.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Gaylord? Do you have a comment you want to make, Mr. Gaylord?
Yes, sir. Since the voting polls have been split into 3, wouldn't it be possible, or hopefully it's going to be done, that if you voted at one of those 3, that the other 2 got the notice that you voted at the first one? Is that something you should look into too?
Well, we are going to look into what occurred down there. Yes. So
okay, thank you.
That'll be part of the investigation now.
Mr. Taylor, the way it's supposed to work is that each poll should have a list of the voters who are assigned only to that precinct. So if you go to the wrong precinct, they can look in that list and say, you're not here, so you need to go to this place to vote. That's how it's supposed to work. And our issue today is we can't quite figure out why those precincts had multiple lists in them. There's the separate question of why you and your wife are assigned to different precincts. That's a separate problem. Clearly, right. It happened when they bifurcated or trifurcated this original oversized precinct. but it should not have, that should never happen, where two residents in the same house are assigned to different precincts. So there are two different problems here. And unfortunately, they confounded one another for you on election day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, the chair would entertain a motion on the complaint number 1, referring to the Gaylords double voting.
Chairman, I believe since the Gaylords did come forward with it, that I think we should send a letter of instruction just to ensure that they fully understand. But I would make a motion that we just send a letter of instruction.
We have a motion from Member King to send a letter of instruction to the Gaylords, which would simply explain the proper procedure for voting. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Jeffries. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think double voting is a serious violation. And I question why the Gaylords did not inform the poll clerk that they had voted previously at another location before they cast their vote a second time. I would think that my opinion is this should be sent to the Attorney General.
We need to take care of the first motion first. We have a motion and a second to send a letter of instruction to the Gaylords.
Mr. Chair, I'm willing
yes.
to withdraw my motion if I would like to know what the other board members, because at this point, I think I'd rather reintroduce it as a letter of reprimand. Is that something that Member Johnson would be open to?
Why don't we ask Mr. Gaylord why he didn't inform them?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gaylord, are you still online?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Why didn't you inform when you voted the second time? Why didn't you inform them at the time that you had already voted once?
Because the idea was to see if we could vote there, if we should be voting there. And when she said, yes, you vote here, we didn't even think about the first place until after we voted. Then we went back to the first place, showing that our intent was honorable and that we were just going to have one vote counted, not two. We figured that was sufficient.
I believe the circumstances are ones that the Attorney General's office would take into consideration. But I agree with Member Johnston that voting twice is a very, very serious issue.
Mr. Chair, so I'm willing to amend my original motion to align with the majority of the board, as I believe that I believe that a letter of reprimand may be sufficient. However, I do agree that double voting is very, very serious. It's very concerning.
I do too.
And I'm more concerned about the second half of this complaint to ensure that we catch those who may have done it and did not go back to the other polling place to say, you know, I did this and I did wrong. So I will withdraw my motion.
Your motion is withdrawn. The chair will consider any other motions.
I move that we refer this to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion from Member Gazal to refer this to the Attorney General's office. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Dr. Johnson to refer this to the Attorney General's office. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of referring this to the Attorney General's office signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you. The second part of the complaint concerns the issues related to Chatham County and the poll pads. My understanding is that the board would like to continue this and for further investigation.
I would also like to, I do think it's a wholly separate issue, the issue of the husband and wife being districted to separate precincts, but I would like to request an investigation into that issue as well. Because that is, I think, at the heart of the misunderstanding that led to the voters going to 2 different locations and casting 2 different ballots.
There's the fact that they're districted in 2 different locations and the poll pads being incorrect.
Yeah, those are wholly separate issues, completely unrelated.
Would they still have that?
What?
Would they still have this records 2 years later?
I don't know, but we can look into it and see what's available. Unless there's dissent, then we will continue the rest of this case.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I had intended for this to go to the Attorney General. If the majority of the board thinks there needs to be more investigation, we could certainly vote on that.
And I'm in favor of sending that, the second portion, to the Attorney General office as well. I think it needs to be investigated on a deeper level.
Oh, you want the Attorney General to investigate? Okay. Then the chair will entertain a motion then on the second complaint.
Mr. Chair, I move that we send this to the Attorney General.
There is a motion to send complaint number 2 to the Attorney General for further investigation. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member King to send the complaint number to the Attorney General. Any further discussion?
I would just want to maintain my request that we also investigate separately the issue of 2 people in the same household assigned to different precincts.
Yes.
I wholeheartedly agree with Member Gazelle.
100%. I'm with her as well.
Yes. Yes, that'll all go to the Attorney General. All those in favor of sending complaint number 2 to the Attorney General for further investigation, please. Yes.
They are not in 2 separate polling locations. They are both at the. What happened was in 2021, redistricting happened. They may have confused when they got that original, and then January 1 for that one did have a different polling location, and then the new notice that they got had the correct one after redistricting. So they would have 2 separate before, one before and one after, but they both have the same polling location. Ms. German can explain it if you would like to hear from her.
I would, because if that is the explanation, then I don't need anything further. But I have, the reason I'm very sensitive to this is I've seen it before where there were literally 2 voters in the same household assigned to different precincts, and I wanted to make sure that's not what was happening.
Well, the Gaylord, Mr. Gaylord just testified that he and his wife received separate notices for separate polling locations.
And that's why I think Ms. German can explain a little bit more, because redistricting happened July 22nd, 2021, right? They would have gotten a notice prior to that with their original polling location. And then after they were redistricted, they would have gotten one for the new polling location. So they may have confused those 2 notices with what the actual polling location is. Their new polling location, they are on the same polling location. And I understand what he's testifying to, but they are getting more notices, but it's for the same polling location. And
yeah, what we have here is he said, she said. I understand what you're saying. Yes. I'm not disputing that what you're saying is correct. I'm just saying that they have a different interpretation of what occurred, and yes, that would obviously in an investigation that would come out if your side is correct. So
yeah, I just wanted to address.
Okay.
Gazelle's.
I mean, there's no way for us to verify either way that today without having the documentation.
Right.
Thank
All
you.
somebody just needs to go into Jarvis and confirm one way or the other. And I will be satisfied, but I do want that. I do want somebody to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if what you're saying is correct, then that is an easy, an easy investigation to do. So we just, but we can't make that determination here today, which is the reason that, they want to submit this to the AG to make that determination.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
my concern about this part of the complaint is the failure of Chatham County to have proper and accurate poll books at the polling place on election day. With the opportunity, as Member Gazelle had stated, for 40 or 50 voters to vote in multiple locations. It's very important to have the proper poll books assigned to the proper polling place. So, and to include proper data that reports all the voters that have already voted in early voting and absentee voting, so that only voters are allowed to cast their ballot if they have not already voted by any other method. So that is the reason I would like this to go to the Attorney General.
noted. So we have a motion and a second to refer this complaint, the various aspects of this complaint to the Attorney General for further adjudication. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of sending this to the Attorney General for further adjudication signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. 4-0. This case number, the second complaint in SCB 2022-1485 will be referred to the AG. We're an hour and a half into it. Would the board, the chair would entertain a motion for a 5-minute comfort break, and then we can come back and work again till 12 o'clock.
So moved.
We have a motion of a second.
Second.
Second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0. We will reconvene at 10:30 exactly, which is about 5.5 minutes from now. Thank you. Meeting of the State Election Board is hereby reconvened. We will now hear case SEB 2022-214 Chatham County repeat voting. It is tab number 42 in the board members' books. Investigators.
Okay, so this is a case that involves multiple allegations by a citizen that individuals double voted. In many cases, some of these citizens had active voter registration numbers, multiple ones, duplicate ones that were different, that have obviously since this time been merged. And this is regarding the November 3rd, 2020 general election. And looking at the one respondent, and like I said, there was 5 allegations here made. The first one was against Bertha Rutledge, who mailed in an absentee ballot that she received under one profile, turned in an absentee ballot that she received under another profile on election day. Mrs. Rutledge was 86 years old during the general election of 2020 and is now 90 years old. In looking at the participation history from ENET, it does confirm that these occurrences did occur. However, one of the things that we always like to do is not depend on ENET alone as it relates to double voting cases, because we've had multiple cases in which entities have given credit to individuals in error. And so that is one of the issues that we do have with the one respondent in this case, as far as this case being provable. Now, there's another individual, the second allegation against Adriana Boatwright, with the same set of circumstances. She had 2 profiles, and in one of the situations, the ballot was issued 9/18/2020. It was returned 10/21/2020. It was accepted. Under another voter identification number, it appears that she went and voted on election day, November 3rd, 2020. Our investigation supervisor attempted to follow up. The original assigned investigator resigned, so we had to do a subsequent investigation and follow up on this. And Mrs. Boatwright did not want to speak with that investigator at the time before conferring with an attorney. So Investigator Archie then called election supervisor Billy Wooten to see if they still had the election documents from the November 3rd, 2020 election. And he learned that the records were destroyed after 24 months. The third individual, Kay Etheridge, had 2 voter registration numbers that were ultimately merged. And according to the analyst here, the SOS, Mr. Davis, there's no evidence to indicate that she attempted to vote twice. The fourth allegation relates to Andrew Shiver, and those turned out to be 2 different individuals, a father and son. As such, there are no duplicate voter registration numbers or double votes in that circumstance. And then finally, the 5th allegation, Patricia Colvin. It was determined she voted in Georgia by absentee ballot by mail on October 28, 2020. She subsequently registered to vote in North Carolina on that same day and voted on election day in North Carolina, November 3rd, 2020. She indicated that when she voted, she requested her ballot from Georgia on 9/29/2020. She indicated that she was still a Georgia resident, although at that time she was residing in North Carolina. The fact that she subsequently voted in North Carolina after voting in Georgia was shared with the North Carolina Secretary of State's office, as that second vote would be a violation in their state. I'll just note this, that one of the issues is that by the time the citizen filed this complaint, it was late October of 2022. So 2 months and 8 days later would have been the 2-year period that the documents had to be retained. So I'll just note that.
Is Miss Rutledge online? Miss Rutledge is not online. Does the board have any questions for the investigators?
Mr. Brunson, is it correct to state that these registration records have since been, the multiple registration records have since been merged?
Yes,
And was anybody ever able to interview Ms. Rutledge directly?
no, we made multiple attempts. We sent someone to Savannah to her last known address, and now we found out that she does live in a nursing home now.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Will we confirm she's a full-time resident of a nursing home?
Yes, she does, yes.
Michael, Miss Boatwright, there's a record of voting twice for Miss Boatwright.
Yes, there is an ENET.
Okay. But no record of voting twice for Miss Etheridge?
Yes, no record.
No record, okay. So the timeframe for retaining documents is 2 years, but the timeframe, the statute of limitations for election violations or election fraud is at least 4 years. And it took 2 years, more than 2 years to bring this case to the election board, which is, which affects the ability to obtain election documents for sure.
Yeah, and one of the challenges too, Dr. Johnston, in this case is that the original investigator resigned. And so in looking at the case again, we determined that there was additional follow-up needed. There were things that were not done originally, i.e. obtaining the documents from the county that we like to verify and not just trust ENET alone. And obviously by the time that occurred, then it was beyond the retention period.
Correct.
Which, as I indicated, we only had 2 months and 8 days by the time this was filed before that 24-month period passed, as it were.
So is Chatham County on the line?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Chatham County.
Who's online from Chatham County? Chatham County?
I am here, Mr. Wooten is here.
Okay. You want the attorney or Mr. Wooten, Dr. Johnson?
Either one, either
Okay.
one,
As the registrar is more appropriate.
Was Richard, yes.
or the
Okay.
registrar. So for a question for the registrar or the attorney, Ms. Colvin registered to vote, was registered to vote and voted in Georgia, and then registered to vote and voted in North Carolina subsequently. Is Ms. Colvin still on the active voter rolls in Georgia?
I defer to Ms. German on that.
To the registrar?
Yes.
Ms. German, did you hear that question?
Dr. Johnson, she's been canceled. She is not. Her
Okay,
voter registration has been canceled.
Okay,
thank you very much. Mr. Chair, should we address these individually? And these are actually multiple complaints put into one.
Yes. Yes. Let's start with Miss Rutledge, who is the 90-year-old individual in a nursing home.
Mr. Chair, I move that we send this to the Attorney General.
Dr. Johnson, my only question about that is it really worth the time and resources for a lady who's 90 years old and in a nursing home who, I mean, what's really going to happen with that? You know, at this point, if she were an active person, I would agree with you. And I agree it's a serious violation, but I just wonder about time, resources, and money of investigating something that'll have no impact at all. So
Right.
on that particular individual.
Mr. Chair, my mother was at a nursing home and she was very able and interested and desirous of casting her vote.
Okay. Are you making a motion?
I've already made the motion to send this to the Attorney General.
Okay. Is there we have a motion to send this, the case, relating to Bertha Rutledge to the Attorney General? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? The second was by Member King. Any discussion?
The point I'd like to make is that the Attorney General has the prosecutorial discretion to determine the circumstances and how they would want to proceed or handle this case.
I understand. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to send the case relating to Bertha Rutledge to the Attorney General. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. The second case is against Adriana Boatwright for double voting.
Mr. Chair, I move that we send this case to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to send the Adriana Boatwright case to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second from Member King. Any discussion?
A question for Investigator Brunson. This case you were not able to verify via documentary evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct, and it's correct for Bertha Rutledge also. So for both individuals.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
The only name respondent.
Yes, if this individual is not a named respondent, we
Yeah.
need to continue.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting that. Member Johnson, they were not named as respondents in this case, so we would have to name them as a respondent, give them an opportunity to testify. Would you like to alter your motion to continue this case?
I'll withdraw my motion and move to continue the case to.
We have a motion to continue this case. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Member King?
Yes, aye.
Okay.
Sorry. I was-
Motion carries 4-0. The third case is against Kay Etheridge. Any questions or motions pertaining to Ms. Etheridge?
Mr. Chair, my only question about this is, in the process of merging voter registration numbers, is the vote history or the record of voting, merged so that a possible double voting, record is lost?
Yes, in ENET it is, yes.
It is lost, or it is confirmed that all voting records are contained.
Yeah, so the analyst was able to see apparently that there was not 2 votes by Kay Etheridge in comparing the different voter registration numbers.
Okay,
So there was not double voting, but it was merged.
Yes,
so ENET is our document, our election record, right?
yeah, it used to be. Now Jarvis is, but yeah, ENET
Okay.
was during this period of time.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we dismiss the complaint. Oh, well, we don't have, she's not a respondent.
No,
Right.
We can still dismiss though.
Dismiss the complaint against Kay Etheridge.
We have a motion to dismiss the complaint against Kate Etheridge. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Jeffries. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, it is dismissed by a vote of 4-0. In this case is against Andrew L. Chiver.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we dismiss the charge against, the allegation against Mr. Chiver.
We have a motion to dismiss the allegation against Mr. Chiver. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second from Member Jeffries. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Gazal,
I'm a little confused why there are no allegations, so I'm not quite sure I understand what this exercise is, but for the record, yeah, there's no, we don't have any allegations against these
we're
folks.
dismissing the cases.
Right. Well, in the record, it says Ms. Strahl alleges. So that's the only reason I'm addressing these individually.
How do you vote, Ms. Gazal, Member Gazal?
Aye, if that means we're dismissing it.
We are dismissing, yes. Case against Andrew L. Chiver is dismissed. The last one is the allegations against Patricia Colvin.
Mr. Chair, there is record that Ms. Colvin voted in the same election 2 times. I move that we continue this and return this with Ms. Colvin as the respondent.
Yeah, the investigator is pointing out that the second vote was in North Carolina, and therefore it's a North Carolina violation, not a Georgia violation.
You mean if somebody votes twice in an election, it's not a violation in Georgia?
Not the first one.
Not the first one, not the first one. The second one is the violation. The second vote's the violation, and it occurred in North Carolina.
Can I reframe this a little bit? Can we continue this and investigate whether or not she was still an actual resident of Georgia at the time that she cast the vote here?
Yeah, we did look at that. Let's see. Yeah.
was moved from Chatham after.
Yeah, it was after the
in
challenge,
January
yeah.
of 23.
after this election. But at the time,
Her vote in the same election in North Carolina was in person, correct? And it was an absentee vote in Georgia?
yes.
So in my mind, the legal question is whether or not she was still a legal resident of Georgia at the time she cast her ballot. It's entirely possible that she was and then moved to North Carolina and cast a ballot in person in North Carolina later in the cycle, in which case I would absolutely agree that the only violation was in North Carolina. But if she was still, if she was a resident in North Carolina when she cast her ballot in Georgia, then that would be.
Let me ask you a question here. So she cast an absentee ballot in Georgia that wasn't counted until election day. And she voted before that in North Carolina. So which was the second vote actually in North Carolina, or was it in Georgia? Since the absentee ballot really isn't counted till election day.
That's a chicken or egg question, if there ever was one.
Yeah. Interesting question though.
So I believe, second Dr. Johnson's motion to continue this case, name her as a respondent, and perhaps clarify a little bit on that question of residency in the meantime.
Yeah.
I just, so just in conferring with the investigator who did the secondary investigation after the first one, he said that when he spoke with her, she lived part-time in both states and traveled for her job. So that's what her response was when she was interviewed. I mean, we can obviously.
That's not a good response.
What's that?
That's not a good response.
Yeah, that's what we got. So, okay.
Residency is not a binary issue, and it is a very complicated question. So
Sure.
I would love to hear her response.
As a respondent, yeah, she will have an opportunity to make her case.
My other hypothetical question is if a person votes in 3 different states, are they only liable for the last state they voted in or the last 2 states they voted in, or is the issue that they're voting multiple times in the same election?
I think both. I think that I would think that they would be liable in the second and third state. Would be the case. My question though is that with absentee votes, when's the vote actually occur? When you send in a ballot or when it's counted?
Correct. Well, if the issue is this can only be addressed in North Carolina, I still would like to have, I agree with the continuation, but I would like this to go to the Attorney General and they can hand it over to North Carolina, make that decision.
We can't do that until the respondent has received notice.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So do we have a motion to continue this case, Dr. Johnson?
Motion to continue this case.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Gazal to continue this case as it pertains to Patricia Colvin. I believe that does it for SEB 2022-214. The next case on the agenda is SEB 2022-307, Chatham County photograph taken of a voter's ballot. That is tab number 43 in the binder. If the investigators would please give us a brief summary of what occurred.
Yes, this This case is about a self-report. Mr. Joel, I'm just gonna call him Mr. Joel. He reported being accosted and intimidated by poll worker Fred Rothenberg after taking a picture of his ballot. He alleged that Mr. Rothenberg acted in an aggressive manner and chased him to his car. He also said that he deleted the photo after being instructed to do so by Mr. Rothenberg. He advised that he's a combat veteran who suffered PTSD and felt that Mr. Rothenberg's actions were unprofessional and shameful. That's what he was complaining about, was the way he felt he was treated. And the investigation revealed that Mr. Joel did in fact take the photo of his ballot during the November 8th, 2022 general election. He advised that he did take the photo, that he knew you weren't supposed to have the camera or have your phone with you, but he didn't think that included him taking a picture of his own ballot. He said he was concerned with the security of his ballot, and that's why he took the photo. Mr. Smithberg admitted to following Mr. Joel to his vehicle, but said it was simply to get his license plate for identification purposes. He said that he remained professional throughout the contact with Mr. Joel. It was advised to him that maybe that's not the safest practice, but that wasn't a violation of Georgia election code. So the potential violation is for Mr. Joel for OCGA 212568, section 2A2, photographic and other electronic monitoring of ballots prohibited.
The respondent is Joel Peskakis. Mr. Peskakis is not online with us. Mr. Wooten, are you still online? Mr. Wooten, are you still online with us? It doesn't sound like he's available at this time. Does the board have any questions on this?
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah,
Wooten, do you have any comments about this?
I know Joel. Joel called me. We discussed that issue. I've known Joel for years. I knew his family. He's not a bad guy, just FYI. He posted the picture online. And of course I advised him to take it down. And he also told me about the poll worker, and I immediately got the poll worker and talked with him and warned him that I realize that he has a different version, but the voter the voter has to be treated with the utmost of respect, and that regardless, the voter took his actions to be rude, and that just was not going to happen again. And we have not had any issues with that poll worker since then. And I have not heard from Joel. He still lives in this area. And I'm going to assume he still votes, but I've not seen him and not had any contact with him.
Are there any questions from the board in this case?
Mr. Wooten, did the voter take down the photograph that he had posted of his ballot after you instructed him to do so?
Yes, he did.
And does he understand that that is a violation of election code to not just to post, but even the matter of the act of photographing a ballot? Does he understand that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wooten, the investigative report states that the voter said he deleted the picture and then cast his ballot and exited the polling place. I do not see where it's in the investigative report that it was posted online.
Yeah, I didn't get a copy of that report, so I haven't seen it. Joel and I talked about that, and he may have done that and then taken it, down. I really can't comment about that.
Could the investigators check their notes too? Because it's different. I see this differently. If somebody takes their phone out, everybody's so addicted to their phones these days, and if they take a picture and delete it right there because they were not aware or informed about taking photos of ballots, but to take a photo and post it online or take it out of the polling place, that's to me, that's a serious concern.
The investigator said he'd never, that never came up. So he was never notified that that was posted to Facebook. Because it said that he deleted it right then and there.
I would move to issue a letter of instruction in this case, based on the investigative report that the photo was in fact deleted. And that the voter understands that that is prohibited activity.
Likewise, is this for the whole complaint, Member Gazal?
Yes, that because the only identified violation is the photograph.
I'm equally concerned, although it's not listed in the complaint. I'm concerned about the action of the poll worker chasing a voter to the car, and the complainants. Actually, the complaint was by Mr. Joel Peskauskas. But the response, and his complaint was against Chatham County. But the case is assigned, and he becomes his own respondent.
Unless we can identify a code section that was violated, bad behavior is not necessarily a violation of law. And I believe Mr. Wooten when he says that he counseled and instructed the poll worker, and he has not repeated that sort of bad behavior. That's an employment issue. And I also believe that the investigative report suggested that the voter aimed his car at the poll worker and drove in a threatening manner. So I would agree that that is definitely not best practice to follow a voter out. So I think there are no clean hands in this particular incident.
Well, there was another poll worker too that was present during the incident.
Was there a witness to the aggressive behavior of either of these parties?
There was on page 4, it talks about Barbara Torres, who was the poll manager. She did see Mr. Smithberg follow the voter out of the building and tried to stop him, but it was too late. There are other voters within the polling location. Ms. Torres did not want to throw away, not want to draw any attention to the incident, so she waited for Mr. Smithberg to return before addressing the issue with him. She didn't follow him in the parking lot, and her only vantage point was from the doorway of the building. She did mention observing Mr. Smithberg in the parking lot, but claimed he never blocked the voter from leaving and stood behind a neighboring vehicle with distance between them. She said that he became verbally combative and threatening after Mr. Smithburg confronts the voter, became verbally combative and threatening, according to Ms. Torres.
She said she didn't witness the
Didn't
initial
witness it.
confrontation, and all her knowledge of that came from Mr. Smithsburg's written account of the issue. But all the poll workers have been instructed not to leave the building to follow voters for any reason.
I mean, it's a he said, she said, or he said, as to who is more aggressive there.
Like I said, I see this as there are no clean hands. I think that Director Wooten did his very best to reach out to the voter and make sure that they were and apologized to the voter on behalf of the county. And I think that was the right thing to do, and to instruct the poll worker on his behavior and attitude. But it's not the role of the state election board to supervise staff. It is the role to determine whether or not election laws were violated. And I certainly don't know of any that were violated by very poor judgment here.
Yeah, nobody was prevented from voting in this case, so.
Well, the voter, according to the voter, the photo was immediately deleted. I find it difficult to find fault with somebody that said, "Oh, pardon me, I didn't know," and responded accordingly by deleting the photo. I mean, the behavior on that's described in this complaint is, less than desirable for either party, and we need to reestablish rules of civility, I think. However, I would be in favor of dismissal of this complaint.
I believe it's the general practice that when there is a technical violation, a letter of instruction is generally how we respond. And that is why I have lost track of whether or not a motion was made.
I believe you made a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Which has kind of been our case in the past when somebody has taken a picture inside, we just issued letters of instruction.
Particularly when it's a picture of a ballot and not simply inside of a polling location.
Yeah.
Is there evidence of the picture of the ballot?
He said that he did.
That was, yes, that was the whole point of this.
He
said
did.
that he knew you can take pictures, but he didn't think that pertained to his ballot, and he didn't trust the system, so he took the picture of the ballot and then deleted it once they told him, nope, that pertains to your ballot as well.
Right. Well, my point with this is, as I've explained before, the issue about taking photos of ballots is we want to prevent ballot selling or receiving something in kind for voting a certain way. It's not so much the act of taking a photo, it's what one does with it also. So I still would think that, considering the circumstance, that this is a case that I would dismiss.
Yeah, I think that, remember, Josh, my issue with this is that we've been consistent in the past where somebody's taken a picture inside the polling location that we give them a letter of instruction as to what the proper procedures are. And I mean, we really, besides his testimony, we have no idea what he was going to use that picture of his ballot for. I mean, he could have used it for any number of things, but he was caught taking the picture and deleted it. So I would just think we would be consistent as a board and issue a letter of instruction like we've done in the past with other similar cases.
Mr. Chairman, you said he was caught taking the picture, then he deleted it, but he
Yes.
also admitted to posting it online. So he took
No.
the picture.
No. He did not admit to posting. He deleted it immediately when he was caught after he was caught taking it.
Mr. Wooten had suggested that it was posted online based on his conversation with the voter.
Yeah, but there's no evidence besides what Mr. Wooten said to there. Yes.
I don't see that in the report, but Mr. Chair, you've convinced me a letter of instruction is a reasonable thing to do.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member King. Issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be issued. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2023-012 Chatham County Voter ID issue. That is tab number 44 in your binders. If the investigators would give us a brief description of what occurred.
The complainant, Rita Suzanne Kelly, reports on December 2nd, 2022. She went to the Southwest Library to vote in the Chatham County general runoff election. She indicated that she was not allowed to use her Georgia weapons carry license as a form of identification. She advised that she had to show her Georgia's driver's license to vote. The investigator interviewed her by phone, and she reiterated that. The poll worker that told her that was identified as Helene Williams. Mrs. Williams indicated that at the time she was new and did not know that a concealed carry card was an acceptable form of identification. Since that time, she's learned that it is. Mrs. German stated the clerical training staff is given a training manual that includes a list of acceptable identifications that may be used during early voting. The staff is advised that if they are unsure, to ask the site manager. So based on the investigation, there's evidence to suggest that Chatham County voter registration violated OCGA 21-2-417 sub A sub 2, presentation of identification to poll workers, form of proper identification when a poll worker at the library refused to accept a state-issued concealed carry photo ID as valid identification when the voter presented it to vote during early voting in the December runoff election in Chatham County.
Mr. Chairman, are you online with us today? Is she?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to respond to this?
Yes, Ms. Williams is not with us today, but she did leave a statement with us in regards to the incident. As far as I am concerned in regards to the incident, our staff is trained. They're given a manual along with instructions for early voting. Ms. Williams, this was her first time working as a poll, and she explained that she was unaware of the types of IDs that she can use. But immediately after the incident, staff actually did, the site supervisor did recurrent training with her to make sure that she was aware of what she was what she can receive from voters.
And just for further clarification, I spoke with Ms. Williams, and she stated that when the person showed her the gun permit, she did not know what that was. She's never seen one. And she said, no, I need an ID. The lady then put the concealed permit back in her wallet, took out her ID, and was allowed to vote with the ID. when that occurred and she was stated that, then she asked the supervisor, who then went further and made sure that she understood that concealed permits are valid IDs.
Yeah, having a concealed permit myself, I would take that over a state issued ID any day of the week. So I know what you have to go through to get one of those.
Yes.
So, are there any other questions from the board?
No
Yes.
question,
Go ahead, Dr. Johnston.
no questions.
Ms. German, can you confirm that you have done remedial voter ID training for all of your early voting workers?
Yes, ma'am. We have, and we go over it. They're actually provided with a folder with all of the forms of identification inside of that particular folder.
So they can actually see exemplars so that they know what they're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Okay. Then at the appropriate time, I would make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction in this case.
Are there any questions from the board?
No, I think it's the appropriate time.
Would you like to make a motion, Member Gazal?
Yes, I move that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a
Second.
motion for a letter of instruction.
Second,
Is there a second?
second.
We have a second from Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of instruction will be issued on SCB 2023-012. The next item on the agenda in Chatham County, you'll be glad to hear this is the last one. SCB 2024-030, Chatham County carrying a firearm within 150 feet of a pole. That's tab number 45 in your binder. Investigators, if you'd give us a brief description, please.
This complaint came in from Chatham County Election Supervisor Billy Wooten, who reported that John Bootwell entered a polling place on March 12, 2024 with a firearm and knife on his person. It was also suspected that individual by Keith Cruz carries a concealed firearm on his person within a polling place based on a Facebook post between the two of them. The investigator spoke with Mr. Wooten, who stated that John entered a polling place holding his child, and when he put the child down, he exposed his firearm and knife. He was asked to put his weapons in his vehicle, and he refused. Mr. Wooten advised that they have a sign on the front door that says no weapons are allowed. After John's refusal to disarm himself, the poll manager, Deshaun Marsh, called the local police. The police arrived and reiterated to Mr. Bootwell that he would have to put his weapons in his vehicle to go inside the polling place or he could leave. He chose to leave. The investigator spoke with John, who stated that he was denied the right to vote on March 12, 2024, when the poll manager did not allow him to vote. He said he was carrying his firearm on his hip, in a holster, and a knife on a holster on his person. He said that he needed to take, when he was told to take his weapons out of the building before he could cast his vote, he chose not to. He believes that the Second Amendment protects him and refused to disarm himself. He said that he videoed the incident using his cell phone, which he stated was his First Amendment right. He advised that he did not record in the vicinity of voters, and so he didn't invade anyone's privacy. The potential violations are for OCGA 212413 subsection I, for John, for his conduct of voters, and OCGA 212413 E, conduct of voters for using his cell phone as a recording device while inside the polling place. By his own admission.
Mr. Boutwell, it appears Mr. Boutwell's online.
Yes, I am. Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, would you like to respond, Mr. Boutwell?
I would love to respond. First off, thank you for taking my case and allowing me to speak. I know you guys deal with a lot of stuff during the day, and your headache only grows larger by the moment. Yeah, that day was just like any other day. I got off work, picked my daughter up from school, and wanted to show her the responsibility of an American citizen and the right to cast a vote as upheld by the 15th Amendment. So I casually walked into the building with my daughter on my side, stood in front of the nice young lady, and I believe there's a gentleman at the table as well that I spoke with, gave them my identification card with no fault, no issues, received my little yellow card and a stylus so that I may cast my vote. My daughter then followed me. I was 5 feet from the booth to cast my vote. And a young lady advised me that I needed to disarm in order to cast my vote. I refused, upholding my Second Amendment rights, which is upheld by the United States Constitution as well as the Supreme Court multiple times. More specifically, Madison Mulberry. Any law that attempts to be repugnant of the United States Constitution is null and void, meaning your statute that you have placed on the front door is not viable under the United States Constitution, which the Supreme Court has ruled. So I was not unruly, not irate of any kind. I simply asked the woman if she was refusing to allow me to vote because I refused to disarm. She would not tell me that, but the option was there. And because of that, she would not allow me to vote. I left. I spoke with the officers out front of the building, nice and casually. We spoke about the statute on the front door, and the gentleman asked me if I could just leave my firearm in my truck for 5 minutes, and which I responded to him, how long does it take for a crime to occur? He responded, a matter of seconds. So in a matter of that 5 minute time frame, something can happen and cause issues to myself or anyone else in that building. Now, I understand the need for the statute on the front door, as carrying a firearm could be considered an intimidation to possibly sway someone's vote left or right, and I understand that. However, someone's feelings does not trump my right for security. Now, I am not an unreasonable man. Being that motion is on the front door, the statute is there. That tells me that the state election board takes my safety into their hands, meaning you should have had a guard or something there to keep me safe in the case something happened. Now, I'm not saying that should be the case at this particular location, but generally any location, because we all know that some of these polling locations are not necessarily in the best neighborhoods. Either way, that being said, my security was not taken care of that day, so I had no problem maintaining my own security, as well as that of my daughters. Now, if you had security at these polling locations, I would have had absolutely no problem placing my sidearm in a locked vehicle and proceeding with my vote. However, that was not the case, nor was I allowed to.
The complainant, Mr. Wooten, are you still online?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you have comments that you'd like to make?
I talked with the poll manager that day, and I talked with the police department in the Pooler area that responded to her call. And I don't what the gentleman just said was what I was told. We wanted him to vote, but we wanted him to follow what state law is.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
The state law, I understand what it is, and I have read the state law in your own statutes. However, the United States Constitution, Supreme Court has upheld the Constitution, outrules state laws in multiple different aspects. Like I said, Madison versus Mulberry, any law that is repugnant of the Constitution is null and void, and that was the ruling of the Supreme Court in 1801. It has yet to be challenged.
Mr. Chairman.
Can I make a comment first? Ms. Brownwell, I appreciate the comment you've made. I'm a former military guy myself and own various firearms. But this election board is duty bound to follow the laws of the state of Georgia and statutes, and you understand that the statute doesn't allow weapons in polling places, correct?
I understand the statute, and I also understand the Supreme Court ruling that voids that statute.
Well, but that's not a that's not a decision that this board can make, whether the Constitution trumps the state law, and that's not up to this board to make that decision. That's up to a higher authority than this board. But
And I understand that.
Yeah, we're challenged as a board to follow the laws under the election code, that we have before us. And it's clear under the election code that carrying a firearm, if you're not a peace officer, is a violation of that code. So I just wanted to make that point so that you understand what our obligations are and what we have to deal with. And I appreciate your comments. Like I said, I'm a former military guy and, weapon owner myself. So, Member Gazal, you had some comments?
Only to note that no individual right is absolute, and the Supreme Court has consistently upheld state laws that prohibit firearms from being carried in sensitive locations. The District of Columbia v. Heller, which established the individual right to carry a weapon, also upheld state laws prohibiting carrying of weapons in those in sensitive areas, and polling locations are considered sensitive areas. They're government locations. So I think this is a very, very clear violation.
Are there any other comments from the other members of the board? Hearing no further comments, the chair would entertain a motion at this point.
I move that we refer this to the Attorney General's office.
Allow them to adjudicate further case. We have a motion to refer this to the Attorney General for further adjudication. Is there a second?
Second.
Can I speak further for a second?
Yes, if you'd like to make another comment.
Okay, so I have last time I last time I voted at this precinct, I happened to run into my state representative, Buddy Carter, and I brought this issue to his direct attention right in front of him and showed him the statute that clearly violates federal law, constitutional law. And I don't know if he took that to heart or he moved off with it or whatever, but I did make this clear before that date of this, the date of this infraction.
I appreciate that. Mr. Carter or Representative Carter hadn't reached out to us about this. But I appreciate that comment. We have a motion and a second to refer this to AG for further adjudication. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you. Camden County, I believe that's the final case. Yep. Huh? I'm sorry, Chatham County, that's the final case.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'm sure you will. We will miss you, Mr. Wooten. Thank you for joining and participating. We appreciate your comments. The next item on the agenda is the SEB 2024-089 Camden County poll manager allowed voter to vote prior to 7 a.m. It's tab number 46 in your binder. If the investigators would please give us a brief description of what occurred.
So this is referencing the May 21st, 2024 election there in Camden County. And our investigator interviewed Shannon Nettles, the election supervisor, who said that on May 21st, 2024, two Malpers, the poll manager there allowed Robert Himes to vote prior to the poll opening. Nettles stated that Malpers had been out from an injury and may have forgotten about this rule. Nettles advised that after this incident, the poll workers were given refresher training. Also, there was a report of a damaged door. Basically, surveillance footage revealed that the door was damaged by work staff pushing a cart through a doorway. So a subsequent interview was done with Malpers. She said that on the 21st of May, she was working as a poll manager in the Harriet's Bluff precinct. She advised that prior to the poll opening, a man came in and asked if he could vote because he had to get to work. Malper stated that she allowed him to vote before the poll opened. She indicated that she did not know the man, nor had she ever met him. She also said that she thought it would be okay for the man to vote early. Malper said that she had not worked in the past few elections due to an injury and afterwards realized that she made a mistake. So based on this investigation, there's evidence to suggest that Sue Malpers violated OCGA 21-2-403, time for opening and closing of polls. She allowed a voter to cast his vote before the poll opened.
I believe Ms. Malpers is online with us today. Also, Shannon Nettles, the complainant. Ms. Malpers, would you like to respond to this?
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you. And I do want to say to the board, I realize I made a mistake and I take full responsibility for it.
Well, that says it all. That's we like that. Ms. Nettles, would you like to make any comments?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Miss Malfers is a wonderful poll manager. Like we mentioned, she had been out a little bit of time. We do occasionally let our staff during early voting, they will vote a few minutes early. And I think she just being out for so long thought that it was okay if this gentleman did the same thing on election day. She's got a big heart. She was ready. She was excited to be back in the polling place. And I just believe that she had an error in judgment, although brief, and allowed the gentleman to vote. We've implemented additional training in all of our poll worker training courses. And it's also notated in a notebook that all the poll managers receive prior to their shifts on election day.
Was there any sort of memo that was done on this or corrective action taken? Well, you said you trained them, but did she receive a write-up? Was there anything done for this?
Her case is, it is in her file folder. It was not self-reported to me initially. Our liaison reported that to me in the morning. I then spoke with Miss Malfers, and yes, this whole incident is in her file. She's a wonderful poll manager. Like I said, I'd have her back again as a poll manager. And yeah, additional training, yes, sir, has been implemented with all poll managers as well as all of the poll workers.
And we can be assured this would never, ever happen again?
Absolutely
sir.
not. No, sir.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Not a question, but a comment that this is precisely the circumstance, and this is more for voters, that this is precisely the circumstance that leads to us having ample opportunity during early voting for voters to cast their ballot if they cannot take time off on election day. That's the whole reason we have early voting.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments or questions from board members? The chair would entertain a motion.
I move we issue a letter of instruction in this case to Ms. Malfers.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. By a vote of 4-0. The letter of instruction will be, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for attending. Sorry it took so long for us to get to you. Thank you. You're dismissed now. The next case in the agenda, SCB 2022-185, the Bryan County districting issue, had requested a continuance and was granted prior to this meeting. So that will be coming up on our next meeting agenda. The next case on the agenda to be heard is SEB 2022-306, Bryan County, seal broken on ballot box. That's tab number 48 in your books. If the board members would, if the investigators would please give us a brief description of that case.
Okay, the Secretary of State's office received a complaint regarding a reported broken seal on a ballot scanner at the Richmond Hill Recreation Center. And this is regarding the November 8th, 2022 election. A voter took a photograph of the broken seal with their cell phone and then posted the photo on Facebook on the internet. The investigator interviewed Cindy Reynolds, election supervisor of Bryan County, Georgia. Ms. Reynolds stated she talked with the Secretary of State's office about an incident where a voter took a photo with their cell phone of a broken seal on the ballot scanner and put it on Facebook. The voter's name was Anastasia Knight. Investigators interviewed Mrs. Knight by phone, who said she went to vote and she was in the process of placing her ballot in the scanner when she saw a broken seal on the scanner. She said she told a worker who was there next to the scanner, but that individual did not take her seriously, so she took her phone out and took a picture of it to show how serious it was. She then went to another poll worker who didn't seem to be interested in what she was telling them. They told her they would replace the seal. She left the location and decided to call the main office to tell them what happened. The person on the other end of the line sounded as if it wasn't important, and they told her they would replace the seal. Mrs. Knight decided to go back into the location and ask the poll worker if the seal had been replaced, and they told her it was. She asked to look at it to make sure and was told she could not go back there. Mrs. Knight then said she was going to notify the press about it. The manager then escorted Mrs. Knight to the scanner to show her the seal had been replaced. Mrs. Knight stated she would not have made an issue of it if they would have acted concerned about the security of the scanner. She admitted to putting the picture on Facebook to show people what was going on. She didn't know that she was doing anything wrong.
Thank you. The respondent in this case is Anastasia Knight. Ms. Knight, we understand you're online. Would you like to make some comments?
Yes, sir, I would. And I just want to mention that I've been on this Zoom call for all of yesterday until you guys dismissed me up until this case. So I've been privy to all of the prior cases, and it has been very informative, and I've learned a lot, I must say. Forgive me for my nerves. I have extreme anxiety, which also led to kind of the events that day and why some of my responses and the things that I did that day happened or came to fruition. I made what I thought to be an ethical decision to protect the integrity of my vote and others, because I truly felt in my mind that this was something wrong, and I wasn't taken seriously by anyone in the room. I gave ample opportunity for them to kind of explain to me as to what the procedure was, if this was at all tampering with my votes or others. And like mentioned before with the guy mentioned before, is that no one really took me seriously. And although I never knew there was a law against taking a picture, I think common sense always told me I can't take selfies or pictures of ballots. But I think in this particular situation, I felt that I was doing the right thing. I suffer from anxiety, and I just felt like what I was doing was right. I never felt like I did anything wrong. As far as the posting on Facebook, because the poll manager did direct me to erase the picture. And at that time, I told her that I wasn't comfortable taking the picture down for my phone, because I did not feel as though I got resolution in the situation. No questions were answered for me. And so that's why I took to Facebook. I tried to call several family members to get direction, and I wasn't able to get that. And so I also called the city, was given multiple numbers, some of which I got through, some of which I didn't. Upon speaking to a city representative, she too was dismissive of my concerns. And so that's when the picture was posted online to get more clarification on what I should do. I was given a lot of good information on how to handle it. And I was also informed at that time by somebody that it was a law to be taking pictures and posting. At that time, I got scared and took it down immediately, and never did anything else after that. I think my fear was more of me trying to do the right thing and being found to be the one in the wrong. So it wasn't until days later that I got a call from you guys for my interview.
Well, Ms. Knight, I want to thank you for those comments and commend you for being able to sit through a day and a half of this meeting to begin with. So you understand that what you did was incorrect. I mean, you've mentioned that, and it does violate the code, taking pictures. But I also appreciate the fact that you pointed out a discrepancy that was occurring without that seal being there. So the complainant in this case is the Secretary of State's office, and of course the investigators are here to answer any questions. Does the board have any questions they'd like to ask of Ms. Knight?
No questions of Ms. Knight, Mr. Chair, but I do have a question of Bryan County.
On the line, and their attorney had a conflict.
So their supervisor is not online, and their attorney had a conflict this morning.
At the appropriate time, then I would recommend continuation of this case with a consideration of violation of 21-327 by Bryan County concerning preparation of voting machines and adequate protective seals on the equipment.
The seals were on the equipment. There were photos, and it looks like there's actually Mrs. Reynolds stated that every hour they checked the voting equipment and the seal was not broken 15 minutes before the picture was taken. So, and according to the workers, they believe that it was cut and not that, it was broken. So
what's the difference?
One moment, please. Was Miss Knight's picture obtained? Did we have a picture the picture that she took?
On Facebook?
Yeah.
Exhibits here.
Dr. Johnson, you want to hear directly from Bryan County?
If they're available. Yes.
They're not available right now. We'd have to continue the case to bring them back.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, here they are.
No. So there is a picture taken by Miss Knight that shows the seal being, well,
It looks like it's cut.
being cut or not being proper. How about that? So I mean, I do think it would be interesting to hear from Bryan County on this too. Are there any other questions from the board?
No, I think so too. And also there's also a provision in that same statute that says no superintendent or custodian shall in any way prevent free access to an examination of the voting machines which are to be used. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear from Bryan County.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board? Ms. Knight, would you be willing to join us again in the future for another, if we continue this case?
I'll be honest with you, this has been most stressful from the day that I received a call from the state's attorney's office up until today. I will most certainly be present for any proceedings involving this case going further, but I'll be honest, it's not been the most, it's been very stressful and concerning, and most certainly scary.
Right, I understand. Dr. Johnson, would you like to dispose of Ms. Knight's portion of the case today and further with Bryan County, or do you want to hear it all at once?
I would. I'm very sympathetic to Ms. Knight. And I would like to help decrease her anxiety about this.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board for Ms. Knight at this time? The chair would entertain a motion on the portion of the case relating to Ms. Knight.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Knight concerning photographing inside a polling place while voting is taking place.
We have a motion from Member Johnson to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Ms. Knight, I wanted to say, I don't know if you're familiar with the letter of instructions. If you've been listening, though, you have heard us do that multiple times, and it's simply a instruction letter from the State Election Board letting you know what the proper procedures are.
And I do appreciate that because it is helpful to be informed of the laws. And I'm sad that I wasn't that day.
That's all right. So thank you for attending, and if you want to listen to the rest of it, please feel free to do so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson, do you have a motion on the remaining portion of the case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this case to consider a violation of preparation of election equipment and protection by placing seals that are intact on voting equipment during an election.
We have a motion by Dr. Johnson to continue the portion of the case relating to Bryan County for further consideration. Is there a second? We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, sorry.
We have a motion and a second from Member King to continue the case as it relates to Bryan County for possible violations of the election code. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The case pertaining to Bryan County potential violations will be continued. Next case on the agenda is with Grady County. It is SEB 2021-182, Grady County, City of Cairo problems at polling place. It's tab number 49 in your book. If the investigator please give us a brief description.
The complainant, Jeremiah Horn, reported on November 2nd, 2021, he and his wife were denied a ballot for the municipal election in the city of Cairo, for the district in which they are legally registered. Mr. Horn stated that the election superintendent, Dana Barfield, denied them a ballot because they did not live in the city. He advised that 1 month prior, there was a hearing to determine his qualifications to be a candidate in this district, and he was disqualified. He stated his qualifications to vote, which are separate, were not in question at that hearing. He is referring to SCB 2021-131, which was heard, I believe, last year or end of 23, and it was referred to the AG's office. He stated that Ms. Barfield did not formally challenge their voting qualifications, and he believed her actions were grossly beyond the authority of her position. He advised she had plenty of time to process a formal challenge prior to the election, or she could have allowed them a provisional vote to be challenged later. So on election day, Mr. and Mrs. Horn presented themselves at the poll to vote in the city of Cairo general municipal election, and they were informed they were not eligible to vote because they resided in the county. Mr. Horn reported they were denied the ballot for the municipal election for the city of Cairo for the district in which they were registered. Ms. Barfield reported she spoke to County Registrar Melinda Butler about issuing the Horns a provisional ballot and advised Ms. Butler informed her no because they did not reside in city limits. Ms. Butler reported she did not recall telling Ms. Barfield that and that they would normally give a voter a provisional ballot. She stated the Horns could not vote on the BMD because they did not live in the city. She advised they both might have agreed to issue them a provisional, not to issue them a provisional ballot, but she cannot say for sure. Ms. Butler advised she became aware Mr. Horn was challenged and there was a hearing in reference to his qualifications as a candidate for municipal office. She stated that city election superintendent Barfield found Mr. Horn did not reside in the city of Cairo and he was not eligible to run for the city council. There are potential violations for Grady County Board of Registrars, Chief Registrar Melinda Butler, the city election superintendent Dana Barfield, violated OCGA 21-230 subsection C, challenge of persons on list of electors by other electors, and Jeremiah Horn and Jennifer Horn possibly violated OCGA 21-561 for false registration.
We, as respondents, we see that Dana Barfield is online. Jeremiah Horn does not appear to be online. So Ms. Barfield, are you available? Ms. Barfield, Dana Barfield? She's unmuted. Ms. Barfield's been unmuted, but we cannot hear her if she's responding. Maybe she's walked away for a minute. Any questions from the board for the investigators?
Oh, yeah. This is Tom Lehman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm the former city attorney, and I have present with me Ms. Barfield, Jason Tate, who is the appointed county election supervisor, and Ms. Butler. I was involved in this matter back in 1921 or 2021. I'm about old enough to have been doing it in 1921, but I can't claim that time. Mr. Horn, as you indicated, had applied to be a candidate for a certain council position within the city. His opponent challenged that, and a hearing was held at which he was represented by counsel, and Ms. Barfield heard what they had to say. To me, it was clear that the only issue at that time was where he resided. There was no consideration with regard to the district. It was that he did not reside in the city. And so I thought that issue had been resolved. Mr. Horn stated that his residence was at a battery store, which was in a commercially zoned area. It's pretty obvious that he didn't reside at the battery store. And then later on, he admitted, or his attorney admitted, that he and his wife and children resided at Georgia Highway 93 North, which doesn't even have a Cairo address. It has a Pelham address. And so that's what the decision was based on. As a matter of fact, if you look at the transcript of that hearing, on page 11, Mr. Horn's attorney specifically stated that we were discussing his residence for purposes of the candidacy and for purposes of his voting. on page 14 of that transcript, he specifically admitted that his wife and children resided by Shiver School. And so knowing this information and what had occurred, I'm not critical of their decision. I do believe that we understand that there is a proper procedure, and that is you permit everyone to vote and then review that vote to see whether it should be counted. And so my view is at this point that they understand what they should have done under the rules, but they acted in good faith and were concerned that, and I'm concerned that your poll worker, in this particular case, Dana Barfield, was put in a very difficult spot because she had resided and made a determination that he was not a resident of the city and therefore was ineligible to vote. And yet, if she would have permitted the vote, she would have been committed a felony. So, and that's the concern that I have.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. One, just to reiterate what I just heard, that you have a transcript that demonstrates that the hearing encompassed both the right to run as a candidate and the right to vote at this location.
That's correct. That was stated by his attorney on page 11 of the transcript.
Okay. I'm going to take your word on that rather than read the transcript. But I do have a question, and that is with regard to the training that the county provides your poll workers on the use of provisional ballots, because while this was, I think this was a municipal election, correct? So,
that is correct.
the federal law does not adhere here, but nonetheless, provisional ballots are to be provided to voters who have a good faith belief that they are qualified to vote. Whether, I'm not questioning that good faith here, but that is the mechanism by which the county can determine whether or not to count that vote.
Yeah,
So
I think they understand that now. They do.
Okay. So that
but it had already been determined that he was not a resident.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, but that is the appropriate mechanism when a voter appears and believes that they have the right to vote, and there is a question about that, and that takes the responsibility out of the hands of the poll worker and places it appropriately in the board itself. And that's why that mechanism is there, so that poll workers are not left holding the bag, as it were.
Are there any other questions for the board?
One question, Mr. Chair, was Mr. Horn flagged as a challenge voter on the voter rolls?
Not at that time. I think he is today.
What is the poll manager or the poll worker that checked him, that where he presented to vote? Are they here today? Are they?
That'd be Ms. Barfield.
I am.
Ms. Barfield, did you know Mr. Horn personally?
Yes, I knew him.
Were you aware of the issue of his place of residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did
she
you?
She had actually presided at that hearing when it came before that was, that hearing was held in the presence of Ms. Barfield, and she made that preliminary determination. Now, the interesting thing about that is if Mr. Horn had wanted to, he could have appealed that decision, but he did not.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that Mr. Horn knew that he had already been adjudicated as not being a resident and still tried to vote.
Well, what was interesting to me is his attorney indicated he had multiple residents. And so I don't know how many places he claims he can vote from.
For the record, voters may vote from one residence.
Well, that was my understanding too.
Yes. That is an incorrect statement of law for an attorney to suggest that people can have as many houses as they want and as many residents. There is one primary residence from which you can vote. That's it.
Well, and what's interesting to me is that the residence that Mr. Horn claimed then and claimed now sells cigars.
I have no further questions.
It sounds to me like the county had plenty of knowledge prior to this that this individual wasn't eligible to vote in the city, and he chose to try to do so anyway.
Well, the former city attorney knows exactly where he lives, and he lives and lands with his father, who is another attorney in town, or was another attorney in town. And I found it, close to ridiculous that he claimed he lived in what was then a battery store.
Well, city of Cairo is not a huge place. I've been there many times, and we typically know where people live in our communities. If there are no more questions, the chair would entertain a motion on this.
I would move that we would issue a letter of instruction to Grady County with regard to use of provisional ballots.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Grady County on the use of provisional ballots. Is there a second? We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Grady County on the use of provisional ballots. Is there a second from any board member? Does any other board member have a motion they would like to make?
Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss the complaint against Grady County based on the fact that the poll worker personally knew of Mr. Horn and the history of the determination of residence.
The first motion by member Gazal fails for lack of a second. The new motion has been made by member Johnson to dismiss this complaint based on the poll worker's prior knowledge of where Mr. Horn resided. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second on a motion to dismiss from member King. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing the complaint against Grady County signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay, but really that's pro forma.
The motion carries 3-1 to dismiss against Grady County. Grady, thank you so much for participating. That's all that we have for you today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we still have respondents, Jeremiah and Jennifer Horn.
They did not, they're not online today.
I would move that we refer that to the Attorney General's office. As long as we can confirm that they received notice.
They did receive notice, yes. So you're making a motion that we refer Jennifer and Jeremiah Horn to the Attorney General's office for further adjudication?
Yes.
We have a motion by member Gazal to refer Jeremiah and Jennifer Horn to the AG's office for further adjudication on their attempt to vote in a location where they don't live. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second by member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson.
It's a brief discussion. So we're referring to the Attorney General, a violation of residence that is not a registered residence. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Complicated by the fact that this has been adjudicated by a hearing, and a refusal to, and a failure to come respond to the complaints. If they were here and could explain their reasoning, I may have a different determination, but given the fact.
All right. Are we confirming that that registrants who are registered to commercial addresses are violating election laws, that they should be referred to the Attorney General?
No, that is why I clarified that in this specific case where it was adjudicated before a hearing, it was determined that they absolutely and knowingly continued to remain registered at a location where they had been, where it was adjudicated that they were not resident in this particular instance under this particular fact pattern.
Well, to be consistent, there are thousands of people that are registered at commercial addresses, and we are. It appears that the counties are having difficulty with responding in a similar way to false registration.
Well, anytime I would see a voter who has been informed and has had the opportunity to defend that and had the opportunity to correct their registration and refuse to do so, then I would treat that similarly situated case in a like manner.
Excellent. I'll second your motion.
We have a motion and a second to refer the Mr. and Ms. Horn to the AG for further adjudication. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Member King?
No, I said aye.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know
Member
why my
Jeffries?
mic is so low.
Member Jeffries? Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2022-019 Clinch County. Fargo issue of qualifying and advanced voting time. It's tab number 50. If the investigators would please briefly explain this to the board.
Yeah. The first allegation is September of 2021, Lisa Johnson, the Fargo City Clerk, contacted the Secretary of State's office and stated when she came into her office on Monday after the end of the qualifying period, there were 2 candidate applications on her desk, but she didn't know where they came from. The applications were for the mayor and city council District 3 seats, which were up for election in the November 2nd, 2021 general election. One of the candidates, the incumbent mayor, later contacted the Secretary of State's office alleging that he turned in his application on time at City Hall, but neither Ms. Johnson nor anybody else was there. Ms. Johnson claimed the paperwork was turned in late and the election was canceled as a result. The second allegation, the Secretary of State's office was contacted by the City of Fargo Deputy Clerk Lacey Burke. She advised they intended to hold an election for a city commissioner and the mayor, and they held a call for the election. Ms. Burke was not aware that advanced voting was supposed to begin on February 21st, 2022, and was to go on for 3 weeks, including 2 Saturdays for voting. She claimed the previous city clerk, Lisa Johnson, failed to inform her that advanced voting needed to be held for the election, so it was delayed. This allegation was self-reported. The investigator interviewed Roy Abbott, Lisa Johnson, Lacey Burke, and Kathy Griffiths about the issue with the qualifying applications for the November 2nd, 2021 special election. Mr. Abbott complained that he turned in his qualifying paperwork on time at Fargo City Hall when no one was in the office. Ms. Johnson said she was not in the office when the paperwork was turned in due to a family medical emergency. She asked Kathy Griffiths to be on the lookout for any paperwork and to accept it when it was brought in. Ms. Griffiths stated no one turned in qualifying paperwork while she was there, and she left at 4 p.m. when the office closed for the day. Ms. Burke stated she was not involved in the November 2nd, 2021 election. Ms. Johnson, Ms. Burke, and Ms. Griffith stated there was no video surveillance cameras in the office. The investigator interviewed Clinch County Election Supervisor Elena Balance about her knowledge of the events detailed in the complaint. Ms. Balance said the Clinch County Elections Office was not contracted to run the city of Fargo March 15th, 2022 special election. Ms. Balance said she was not a witness to the events reported in this complaint. She said that Fargo, Georgia is not a very big city and they only have 77 people who vote. The findings are for the investigation revealed qualifying period for the November 2nd, 2021 municipal election was to run September 15th through the 17th, 2021. Fargo City Clerk Lisa Johnson told the investigator that she was not at work on the last day of qualifying due to the family emergency. And according to the Fargo employees, there was no surveillance camera system in place. So the investigator could not determine with certainty when Roy Abbott's and Roy Wilson's qualifying paperwork was placed on the Fargo City Clerk Lisa Johnson's desk. So this allegation was unsubstantiated. Allegation 2, the investigation revealed advanced voting did not start on time for the March 15th, 2022 City of Fargo special municipal election. Ms. Johnson had stated that she instructed her replacement, Lacey Burke, to train using the Firefly program on the Secretary of State's website. The Fargo interim city clerk, Lacey Burke, reported that she was not notified by Ms. Johnson about early voting starting on February 21st and stated she had to do training on Firefly and then started early voting a week later on February 28th, 2022 for the March 15th election. This allegation was substantiated. Potential violations were for Lacey Burke, Fargo City Clerk, that she violated OCGA 2012-385D1A for advance voting.
The respondents are the city of Fargo and Lacey Burke. Is Lacey Burke online? Ms. Burke, are you with us today?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Sure. Would you like to
Okay.
respond?
Yes, sir. So, I had, when this all started, I had not been in this job very long at all, for the deputy clerk position. And then our clerk, ended up resigning, or I believe she gave notification maybe mid-January and then ended up resigning. February 10th or 11th was her last day, I believe. During that time, we really didn't communicate that much. She was kind of in her office, I was in mine. She did tell me that, I was going to be responsible for the election, and told me that I needed to train, but I do not remember her saying that we were going to be responsible for early voting because our county handles all of our elections except our city officials. The county handles everything. The county does the early voting. So in my mind, if she said that, I don't remember it. Excuse me. Or it just didn't register because, like I said, our county handles our early voting. So I thought that I was just going to have to be responsible for our voting day. So I started training for the certification, and I believe it was around February 20th. I called Lena, which is our county election supervisor. I just wanted to touch base with her. And, in my mind, I'm ahead of the game. My election's not till the 15th. I'm going ahead. I'm getting my training. I'm going to have the ballots ordered. They'll be here in time. And I was kind of touching base with her and, asking her where I needed to order the ballots from. And she said, "You haven't got the ballots yet?" And I said, "Well, the election's not until the 15th. And she said, "Oh no, early voting is supposed to start on the 21st. And I said, "Well, I thought y'all did the early voting." She said, "No." She said, "For the city, you handle the city's voting." So, I mean, all this was news to me. And I kind of felt like, I had the election dropped in my lap and the rug snatched out from underneath me at the same time. So I kind of fell into all this. So when she told me that, I said, "Well, what do I need to do?" And she said, "Well, call GMA and see what they suggest." So I called GMA and spoke to Pam Helton, and she said, "Just get the ballots and go ahead and get started." So that's what we did. I put a rush on the ballots, called that day, had them ordered. I think I picked them up on maybe it was that Saturday that I picked them up. And then we started voting on the 27th. So that's why we were technically, well, a week late with voting because, like I said, all this was new to me. And our county handles all of our elections, so we don't handle anything. It's just our city officials. And if I can give you a little bit of insight, I know I'm sure you heard them. Lena said that we have 77 voters. We are a community of 250 people, and elections is not something that we typically hold here. We're lucky if we can fill our county seats or our city seats, let alone, have a challenger. Most of our council members just run unopposed. So all this was news to me that this was the city's responsibility.
Did Roy Abbott and Roy Wilson get to run in that race?
That was because of the first, what am I trying to say? The allegation, the first allegation that prompted the March 15th election.
So they did get to run eventually.
Eventually.
Did they win?
They did.
Okay.
And I can tell y'all, I was listening to, I believe her name was Miss Knight previously, and I can totally relate to her stress level. Like I said, all this was news to me. So when I counted the votes that night and put them on the door and locked up, I breathed a sigh of relief. Like I have never breathed just making it through that election. And then finding out, about the violation, that's also been very stressful because nothing was done ill will. It was just from a lack of experience at the time.
No need to be nervous. Everybody in this board is very nice people.
Well, I can tell you, I've been watching this since yesterday. I've heard a lot of people say it, and it's true. I've learned more from watching this than any section I've taken in Firefly. So this is extremely informative.
Good. How many people actually voted in that election?
One candidate had 71 votes, and then the other had 4, so 75.
See, you had a pretty good turnout for 77 total voters.
We did.
That's almost 100%.
We did. And, and that's another thing. We had our signs on the door, but our town is so small. And, we had the ads ran and everything, but word of mouth is how things get around here. And they would see the sign on the door and they'd say, oh, can we vote now? And, we would say, well, if you've got your ID, you can go back there and vote. And some of them would go to the car and get their ID. A lot of them would say, no, I'm going to come back and vote on election day because that's just what the people in our community, that's what they know and that's what they're used to.
Okay, good. Any other questions from the board for Ms. Burke?
Yes, Ms. Burke. Are you going to be running your municipal elections this year, or are you contracting with the county to do that?
Well, I've asked Lena if she would do that, and she said that she doesn't. So I'm not sure. But what I would like to do, and I wanted to get over this hurdle first and see what y'all thought, but I'm perfectly fine with going back and retaking my certification. And I don't know if you read in the allegation, it says that my certification is still in progress. And the reason it says that is because I was told by Josh Black that if we're not using Dominion or using any kind of voting machines, that I don't need to be trained on that section. So I never trained on that section. And we're just pen and paper. I mean, we're strictly just pen and paper. And the county, they use machines, but for our state elections and things like that, they run our elections.
Well, with 75 votes and 75 voters, I would imagine that it is significantly more cost effective to just use.
Right.
Do you feel confident that you are well apprised now of the requirements?
Yes. I mean, I've learned so much just from that experience. And then, like I said, sitting here listening to this, so I'm in a way better place now. I'm way more confident than I was at the start of all this.
Well, and if you're not a member of Gavrio provides tremendous support for election officials. I understand that's only a small portion of your responsibilities, but that is a resource that would be available to you.
Okay.
Ms. Burke?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jan here. Please don't be nervous, and and I feel your pain about being plopped into the middle of a stressful situation, and you learn trial by fire, I believe, and I just want you to know that after the last municipals, I had many county clerks or city clerks, I'm sorry, beg for a shorter voting period. And so I'm advocating that on behalf of many requests of small municipalities. However, I just know that you can reach out for assistance with Gabrielle or certainly with the state election board too.
Well, that would be, so that's being considered a shorter voting period for
Well,
municipality?
right now it's one size fits all.
It is. I agree with that.
But for municipals where it's a very small turnout and like you, it's a very small election and it's done with pen and paper, requiring 3 weeks of early voting is almost nonsensical.
And if I can add to that, it's expensive for our little community too, when you have to pay for, poll workers and all of that. And it's, for us, it's really inconvenient for early voting when we even have to do a state election, because our county election poll is 30 miles away from us. So unless somebody is in that town, just happens to be running errands, then they're not going to make the trip to vote early. Then they're just going to, they show up here in Fargo on election day.
Exactly. So, Mr. Chair, when the time is right, I would make a motion to send a letter of instruction.
Any other comments from the board? The time is right, Dr. Johnson.
I move that we send a letter of instruction, City of Fargo.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction on this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member King. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be sent on SCB 2022-019. Ms. Burke, thank you for attending today. We appreciate.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
The next item on the agenda, SCB 2022-053, Tift County photo taken of voters' BMD ballots. We've had a bunch of these today. The investigator would be kind of to give us a short description of what occurred.
Yes, so this occurred May 24th, 2022. A citizen by the name of Cynthia Apodaca apparently was voting there, and she took a photo of her ballot with her phone. Apparently, they observed that she was confronted by the poll worker about the photo she took, and she immediately deleted it. She told the investigator she's 75 years old, has some medical issues, and she took the photo to remember what was on the ballot that she voted for.
Sure. Well, we can't seem to find Miss Cynthia Apodaca online with us. If you are online with us, Miss Apodaca, please let us know.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jennifer Herzog, counsel for the Tift County Board of Elections and Registration. I just wanted to let you know that myself and also the election supervisor, Leela Dollison, are on the line. We are not a respondent in this case, but just wanted to advise you in case there were any questions for us.
Yep. Does board members have any questions for Tift County? Ms. Apodaca doesn't appear to be online with us.
Welcome back, Ms. Herzog.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, the chair will entertain a motion on this case.
Chair, I move that we send a letter of instruction to Ms. Apodaca concerning concerning photos at the poll.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction on this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Jeffries. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be sent. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-208, Tift and Cook County double voting. It's tab number 52 in your board book. If the investigators would please give us a brief description of this one.
Yes, Cook County Election Supervisor Don Arnold learned through the ERIC system that Gail Kimber voted in 2 different counties during the November 6, 2018 general special election. The investigator spoke with the Cook County Election Supervisor, Ms. Arnold, who stated that she received a notification through the ERIC system that they had a possible double voter in the November 6, 2018 general special election. Mrs. Arnold searched through the election records and noticed that the suspected double voter, Gail Kimber, voted in Tift and Cook County during the November 6, 2018 general special election. Mrs. Arnold notified Tift County Election Supervisor, Ms. Dollison, of the possible double voter. It was determined that Mrs. Kimber voted in person on November 6, 2018 in Tift County, and she voted absentee in Cook County for the same election. The search of the ENET shows that Mrs. Kimber is currently registered to vote in both Tift and Cook County. The investigator compared the signature provided on several voter registration cards between Tift and Cook County, and based on the unique characteristics of the signature, it was determined that the signature was likely produced by the same person. Potential violation: Gail Kimber violated OCGA 212572, repeat voting in same primary election, and OCGA 212218, subsection DF, cancellation of registration, former state or county.
For the board's consideration, a letter was sent this morning from Miss Gail Kimber, which I will read to the board. We sent to the Georgia State Election Board on this case. It was to whom it may concern. She dated it February 9th, 2025. I am very sorry for voting twice. I wasn't trying to do nothing wrong. At the time, I was the caregiver of my 86 years old father, which lived in Tifton. I stay at his home more than my own because I was his main caregiver. Most of my mail was coming there. So I had so much going on between taking care of my father, working, and taking care of my grandkids. I really wasn't thinking in all my life of voting. I never did that. I want to apology for wrong during, but was not trying to do on purpose. I had so much going on 2018. I wasn't thinking, but you can check my records. I never did anything like this before. Thanks, Gail Kimber. 245 North Broad Street, Lenox, Georgia, 31637. And I will give this, we'll add this to the record, official record. Does the board have any questions for Tift County? Would Tift County like to respond to this at all?
I don't think we have anything further to add outside of the summary.
Can you just clarify like when this was identified? Because this is the 2018 election.
Sure, and I may defer to Ms. Dollison on that. I do know that with this one, Cook County actually, I believe, caught and reported the issue. And so we actually were not aware this was on the agenda until we were just attending for other cases and saw it here. So I think Cook County was the main reportant. Ms. Dollison, do you know, when that happened? And I'm not sure if she is in fact unmuted.
What's your first name? What's Ms. Dawson's first name?
Leela Dollison, Dollison.
Leela, how you spell Leela?
Leila.
She's not online.
Okay.
She's not on.
She texted me and said Cook County did report it. I'm not sure if she knows when that was done. It may be a question for the investigator.
It was
Dollison, Dollison.
September 6th, 2022 is when we were notified. Look at the email.
I will note it was Eric. It was an Eric report apparently that identified this. So that is another point in their favor.
Any questions or comments from the board? Chair would entertain a motion on this case.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer this to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to refer this to Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second to refer to the Attorney General. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of referring this case to the Attorney General signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda, Tiff County, you're done. We appreciate your attendance today. Oh, she represents Barron. She has to stay till the end. Okay. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2022-272, Carlton County, absentee ballot oath envelope issue, tab number 53. Invest, please.
State's office received a complaint where a voter signed their oath envelope as assisting instead of on the inside where they're supposed to sign. The voter put their date of birth and driver's license number on it, but signed inappropriately. An election board member took the oath envelope to the voter's house and had them sign the oath. The investigator interviewed Brenda Hodges by phone. She said her office received an absentee ballot oath envelope in the mail that was not signed correctly by the voter. The voter, Ethel Mae Dasher, mailed in her absentee ballot but signed the assist voter section on the oath envelope instead of the voter signature section. She said she asked election board member Teresa Hamilton, a Charlton County board member who was Miss Dasher's neighbor, to take the envelope to Miss Dasher and have her sign it and then bring it back to the office. At the time Mrs. Hodges did this, she did not know it was against the law. She apologized for what happened and took responsibility. I will note that this is a self-reported incident. The investigator later interviewed the citizen, or I'm sorry, interviewed Ms. Hamilton. And she basically reiterated what occurred. And that's it. That's it for this case.
Ms. Hodges, are you online with us? Brenda Hodges?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Would you like to respond to that?
I was under the impression, as long as the ballot was in the possession of our board, that we're a small community. We know all of our people. I wanted Miss Dasher's vote to be counted, and she's a very elderly lady that's not totally disabled, but very elderly. And we were trying to help assure that her vote was counted. And I knew that if I sent a cure affidavit, she would not be able to get a copy of her driver's license and all of that, and she would be confused by the affidavit. So in best interest of my voter, that's what we were doing. I wasn't trying to do anything wrong. I thought as long as the ballot was in the possession of the board, that it would be, it was in our possession, that it wouldn't be an issue. And then I found out, nope, shouldn't have done that. And I have since gone out in March of 23, I had to go out on medical leave, and I've now had to resign. But I assure you, it will never happen again. We learned, we talked, our board, discussed it, and it was just, we were trying to help the voter.
Are there any questions from our board, Ms. Hodges?
I'm actually sitting here trying to think creatively, Ms. Hodges, about the cure affidavit, because I mean the best solution, of course, would be to call the voter and have them come in and sign the proper line. But in the case of a voter who is infirm and not very mobile, then the cure affidavit would in fact be what's required. And I'm wondering, and I don't care to give a firm decision on this, but it's something that I would like to discuss with the attorneys at the Secretary of State, whether it would be acceptable to send a poll worker to a house and under these circumstances with a camera to take a picture of that, even a camera phone, or a phone, to take a picture of the photo ID and print out at the election office. I mean, these situations are rare, but they're not unheard of. And I do think that whatever we can do to make sure that somebody's valid vote is counted is worth the effort, particularly in small communities like this.
Yeah, I didn't even think about, sending someone to take a photo of her ID. I just knew that she wasn't able to get out. And Miss Hamilton was very knowledgeable of her, as she is her neighbor, knows her well. And we were just, like I say, trying to assure that her vote was counted.
Because it's certainly not against the law to assist a voter in completing a cure affidavit. So I'm trying to think creatively in ways that we can make sure that voters get their votes counted here. And we really appreciate your self-reporting under these circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, Ms. Hodges, thank you for self-reporting. And I also was trying to think creatively about this situation. It's not unlike maybe the provision to visit a hospital to assist a voter during an election who's hospitalized. And certainly the very elderly are, maybe they're not actually in a hospital, but they are also unable to maybe ambulate or get to the polls. So I would suggest the State Election Board also reach out to the Secretary of State's office and consider, or maybe even the legislators, to consider some provision to accommodate a situation like this and provide for a bipartisan team to go. They could have spoiled the ballot and taken a new ballot to Ms. Hodges as if she were hospitalized, or some provision similar to that. But it has to be a witness team, not just one person, I think, that would go out and obtain a ballot. And the safest team is a bipartisan team.
I would support that. And in fact, I would be happy to work with you, Dr. Johnston, in coming with a legislative proposal on developing the methodology for this that the legislature could consider.
I'm taking it off my list. We really need an executive director.
Typically, I call my voters.
Right.
If I know that they're able to come back to the office, I'll call them and say, hey, you signed it in the wrong place. Could you stop by my office and let me get your signature in the right place? 99% of the time, that's how it is handled. And in this one particular case, we knew of her, not being able to get out. And like I say, just trying to make sure her vote was counted.
Any other questions from the board on this case? If not, the chair would entertain a motion.
I move we issue a letter of instruction in this case.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Or a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2022-272 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, it's so moved. The vote of 4-0.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges. We appreciate you.
And,
Right.
and thank you for doing everything in your power and maybe a little bit more to make sure that the voters' vote could count.
I've always had a lot of my poll workers have always told me, and I'm not bragging by any stretch of the imagination, but they told me that I always went above and beyond to make sure that everyone was allowed to vote. And that was just my thing. I don't care how you vote. I just want to make sure you get to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges.
Thank you.
To the great dismay, I'm sure, of many members of this board, we have come upon our last case to hear. It is SCB 2024-019 Berrien County deceased voter. Our investigators, please give us a brief description of this.
Okay. This incident occurred March 12, 2024. Secretary of State's office received a complaint alleging Gerald Vaughn brought an absentee ballot application into the Berrien County Elections Office for his mother, Vernell Griffin Vaughn. According to the Jarvis voter registration system, Mrs. Vaughn is marked as deceased. Mr. Vaughn was informed he could not apply for an absentee ballot for his mother because she was marked as canceled/deceased. He argued that someone had pressed the wrong button. The complainant had a copy of the death certificate from the probate office and the obituary. Mr. Vaughn waited in the office while they collected the information and left after arguing with them for several minutes. This is a potential violation of OCGA 21-571. Investigator Monroe interviewed Berrien County Election Supervisor Melanie Ray several times, and she basically reiterated what I previously stated as far as him attempting to obtain an absentee ballot for his deceased mother. The investigator later interviewed Berrien Nursing and Rehabilitation Center Administrator Chris Broom, and he asked her about an obituary with Vernell Vaughn's name on it, which stated she passed away January 25th, 2024. The investigator verified the information listed on the obituary was factual and that she was a resident of that nursing home. He also interviewed Berrien County Elections Assistant Sean Farrell. She indicated that she was present when Mr. Vaughn came into the election office on that day. And she basically reiterated what was stated by the other election officials. He attempted to obtain an absentee ballot in his mother's name. The investigator ultimately interviewed Mr. Vaughn, who did show his mother's absentee ballot application. And apparently the date the application was filled out was January 10th, 2024, which was 2 weeks before Mrs. Vaughn's death. Mr. Vaughn's assertion is that he should have been able to obtain his mother's absentee ballot because he knew how she would vote. Ultimately, there was evidence to suggest that Gerald Vaughn violated OCGA 21-571, voting by unqualified elector or giving false information when he attempted to obtain an absentee ballot using his deceased mother's absentee ballot application to vote. He presented the application to the Berrien County Voter Registration Office requesting a ballot for Vernell Griffin Vaughn, claiming that she was alive. However, she did pass away on January 25th, 2024.
Thank you. It appears that the facts are pretty clear in this case. Are there any questions from the board on this?
No.
Did the county have a statement to make? I see Ms. Herzog is with us again.
Is there one necessary?
Mr. Chairman, unless the board has any questions, I think the investigation summary stands for itself.
Yes.
And the respondent is not present,
The,
correct?
the respondent, Mr. Vaughn, is not available. The chair would entertain a motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we send this case to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion to send this case, first case to the AG. Is there a second? We have a second from Member Jeffries to send this case to the Attorney General. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending this case to the AG for further adjudication, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The case will be referred to the AG. Thank you for attending, Ms. Herzog.
Thank you all for your service, and it certainly has been educational to be a part. I enjoyed my time with you all. But I'm
Thank
also
you so much.
glad to declare that that was the case I had been looking for, and I will ask to be excused at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair would entertain a motion to have a break for lunch at this time, since we've been going at this for a while.
So moved.
You want? No. We have a motion to break for lunch. Is 30 minutes enough for the board?
Yes.
So we'll break for a 30-minute lunch, which would get us back here at, let's say, 1:15, just shy of 30 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. We are waiting for Dr. Johnson to join. As soon as she joins, we'll restart the meeting.
All right, sounds good.
All right, all the board members have returned. I hope your lunch was great. We will reconvene the meeting now. And the next item on the agenda is procedure matters. It's discussion adoption of the vote, proposed amendments to SEB Rule 183-1-12-0.13 subsection A, subsection 3. Before we do that, though, I want to discuss with the board the last two items on the agenda are executive session and public comment. And I'd like to move the public comment in front of executive session, just so that we can allow those people to leave, so that they don't have to stay while we're out of executive session. Without dissent, we'll just make that one small change to the agenda.
How many speakers are there, Mr. Chair?
There were 5 left from yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 left from yesterday. Does anyone have an issue with that?
No issue.
No.
Member King, Member Gall?
I think
Okay, all right, we'll make that one change and we'll move, we'll switch executive session and the public comment portion so that we can release them before we do that. So we'll go back to item number 5, which is procedure matters. Discussion and adoption of vote on proposed amendments to SCB Rule 183-1-12-.3, subsection A, subsection 3. Do we have somebody online to speak on behalf of that? Ms. Grubbs, it was her rule, right? It doesn't appear that Ms. Grubbs is online to be able to speak to it.
I think she's trying to get in.
Should be able to just join.
Alex doesn't see her trying to join.
She should be able to just join all that.
Yeah.
I'll send her the link directly.
Alex is going to send her the link. Do you want to move on to the old business and then come back to her? Our choice is to continue it or to move it in the agenda.
Why don't we move it in the agenda?
All right, we'll put that on hold for now until she's able to join. So the next item on it is old business. Discussion of the truth of the vote litigation. Yep, she is on. Yep, Ms. Grubbs just joined. We're going to go back then.
Okay.
Hey, I'm so sorry. My iPad went crazy and you're going to have to forgive me. I hope you can hear me. I'm literally sitting on a street corner in Miami. So,
street corner in Miami. There's so many comments I want to make, but I won't.
yes, I'm sure you could, Mr. Chair. I apologize, but I've had 2 days of traveling and trying to get onto the meeting timely. So I apologize. I don't know if my video's on, but if it's not, please don't turn it on.
Next time you and I get together, Ms. Groves, next time we'll have to talk about that.
It's all, well, I started to say it's all about working, but being working and on the street corner probably doesn't make it any better.
You just keep digging that hole deeper.
I know. I'm so sorry. Can you? I apologize. If this wasn't so crucial, trust me, I wouldn't be doing this.
All right. You have a rule to present?
I do have. I have my rule that you that has previously been submitted. We have been waiting on this, and this concerns the ballot images and the cast vote records post-election. And we did discuss it before. I am advocating for this rule for several different reasons, one of which is that we have seen some things going on with ballot images that are not exactly appropriate, as well as the fact that there's been trouble with individual election offices posting the ballot images and making people go through the Secretary of State's office. We know that the ballot images are available because all the ballot images are scanned and, at the time of the election, I would like to, I am aware that Gavrio, that organization that I love so much, has decided to oppose this rule. And but what they need to understand is that Georgia law is crystal clear. Ballot images are public records according to the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, Section 50-18-71K. And it says that scanned ballot images created by a voting system authorized by Chapter 2 of Title 21 shall be public records subject to disclosure under this article. It does not say that images as modified by and archived selectively by the Secretary of State's office. The counties and not the Secretary of State are the official custodians of the ballot images and are responsible for fulfilling open records requests. The law does not allow any county officials to hide behind the Secretary of State's office or delay disclosure under the guise of bureaucratic processing. The law already requires that the records are to be disclosed within 3 business days. If counties can't comply with the existing law, that is a failure of the local election administration, not a justification for breaking the law or subverting public transparency. And they can comply. There's no reason that they can't comply. The ballot secrecy issues also must be addressed. That cannot be allowed to be used to delay disclosure. Gavrio's claim that ballot images must be redacted before public release raises actually a more serious fundamental legal problem, because this goes back to, Mr. Chair, back in 2020 when we were going through the recount and I was in Cobb County. The custodianship of those records lies with the local counties, and to allow that to be given over to the Secretary of State's office is inappropriate. The ballot images, as well as the ballots, it flies against Gavrio's claim that the Secretary of State should have custody of these things, because if you go ask any election director across the state in their county, they're the ones that have to provide the warehousing of all the ballot images and preserve those records for the 2 years. The ballot images, as reported, contain information that allows anyone, insiders or otherwise, to determine how voters cast their ballots. Therefore, Georgia elections are violating the statutory constitutional requirements to ballot secrecy. That's been over and over and over. It's come up with Dr. Halderman's published report in the DBS order problem. So as we know, Georgia's Constitution mandates absolute secrecy of ballots, and Official Code of Georgia Annotated Section 21-270-13 requires the election superintendents to conduct the elections in a way that guarantees the ballot secrecy. It does not allow for election officials to record, store, or possess records that connect a voter with the ballot, even if they attempt to mask this data. And so what we found is, since the November election, that they have tried to mask that data, and they have gone back and altered the images. The ballot is the ballot as it was cast. The ballot image is the ballot image. And, if they're not able to comply with the law due to their failure to appropriately have the security of the election through the software, that's a whole other problem. But you can't violate one law in order to justify another process. Then also, releasing the ballot images before certification is essential for election integrity. This is another case where people want to pass the law to see what's in the law. Sorry, there's a truck going by. You're saying, Gavrio's position and some of the other positions during public comment says that release the ballot images after the election. Well, we already know that it is a short time frame. And if there's an issue with that time frame, go handle that with the legislature. But that does not give you an excuse to not comply with the law now, and the counties need to comply with the law. Then there's the issue that they claim of uploading the ballot images is burdensome and all that kind of stuff. They need to make sure that their processes comply with the law. It's burdensome to issue all this equipment to the counties and rent trucks. You know, when we have 140 something precincts in Cobb County on election day, it's a burden to load up all that equipment. But does that mean we're not going to do it? No, the Secretary of State has consistently stood behind the voting equipment. It would be less burdensome to load up boxes of paper and let people vote on paper and count the paper than it would be to load up all this heavy equipment and have to use trucks with lift gates because you have heavy equipment. So I'm sorry I got off on a tangent on that, but the rationale is not consistent when opposing these rules by Gabrielle. The ballot images can begin uploading on election day before the polls even close. We get notices of tabulating early all the time. The majority of the votes for early and mail ballots, there is no doubt that all the majority of the images can be uploaded even before the polls close. Clerical workers can be engaged to handle the upload process, whether to an external hard drive or the EMS server. Uploading the files does not interfere with canvassing or certification and can operate in the background on the EMS server. The reality is that counties have had 4 years of experience handling ballot images, and the upload process is quite manageable time-wise with planning. Defying transparency is not an option. Gabrielle's alternative proposal is designed to delay, deflect, and shield counties from accountability and oversight of the certification, not comply with the law. They seem wholly unconcerned with actually complying with the law. They seem concerned with coming up with excuses why they can't comply with the law. Again, if that's an issue, they need to take that to the legislature. Also, the Secretary of State has not posted all images for elections. I believe the number now is out of 159 counties, only 120 have actually provided ballot images. So, you know, yesterday and today, sitting through all of the issues and the complaints that all go back to 2020 and looking at the docket, or I mean, I would look at a docket if the state election board actually had a website where the docket could be posted like most clerk's offices do. But since you don't, every time you have an election board meeting and you're dealing with all of these old cases and you see how far back they go and how detailed they are, where is the accountability when counties do not accurately post, according to law, the ballot images and the cast vote records? Because the Secretary of State's not doing it either. So I would like to see the state election board hold the counties' feet to the fire when it comes to uploading the ballot images, either on their websites, we've discussed this before, and get the Secretary of State to do that. And the whole point here is that the public has a right, as well as the candidates, both have the right to verify election tabulations. And you all, as the state election board, have the duty to ensure transparency and not protect the ones who seek to obstruct it. There's no doubt that the DBS order issue needs to be resolved immediately. But y'all, unfortunately, and you know how much I love you, I love the state election board. Y'all are in my heart. I think the world of you, but you guys and the Secretary of State repeatedly refused to address the issue since it was raised at the board in 2022. It cannot be used as an excuse to not require upload of the ballot images. I still have a lot more, but I don't want, you know, everybody's tired and all that kind of stuff. But we do have a statewide election coming up in June. We have 2 commission elections in Cobb. And so I submit that these are not any kind of reason to delay effectuating getting the ballot image issue resolved in 72 hours is plenty of time, because, you know, they've got to scan the ballots in order to provide the results. So it's already happening. There's just no reason to continue delaying that. Also, I have someone who wanted to also speak to this, which is Marilyn Marks. And Marilyn Marks loves the board too. So I think you should hear her comments if she's available as well, to be able to join the conversation. And actually I'd like to point out that from the 2024 election, House Bill 974 says that the Secretary of State shall create, maintain a statewide program for the posting of the digital images, and it shall be posted no later than 5 p.m. on the second Friday following the day of the elections. The law doesn't specify which elections are covered in this legislation, so I would direct your attention there. And I would submit that y'all need to do this. It's a good thing to do. We've been waiting long enough to do it, and so that's my position, and I will leave it in your capable and willing hands to pass this rule. And don't listen to the crosswalk.
I'm only going to question your statement that Ms. Marks loves this board, so we'll have to let her attest to that herself.
And I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Chair.
I said, am I muted? Can you hear me now? Sally? Janice, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Did we lose you, Ms. Grubbs?
Looks like she's muted.
Ms. Grubbs, are you still there?
I'm here, but I cannot hear y'all.
Can you hear me now? She might have bad cell service down there. Is Ms. Marks online?
I am.
Can you make a few short comments about this?
I can. And of course, now my phone is ringing. Yes. Is this my opportunity to profess my love for the board?
Yes.
I go under oath?
Yes.
Okay, let me do that. Then I'll make my comments short because what Ms. Grubbs had to say is really almost exactly what I would have said in strong support of the proposed rulemaking. 3 business days is important. That is exactly what is in the Georgia law now. A lot of counties misunderstand that. They believe that the 3 days is actually for giving some kind of acknowledgement of the open records request. It is a 3-day requirement for the production of records, and what this board would be doing by reinforcing the 3 days in this rule would be to reinforce the current law. As Ms. Grubbs said, counties are the official custodians of the ballot image records. They have the original ballot image records that have not been altered, names have not been changed, not been reorganized, as the Secretary of State does with some files. And so requesters must be able to get those directly from the county as getting them from the official custodians. Although we hear that Gavrio is arguing that disclosure is impractical or burdensome, it's simply not the case. As Ms. Grubbs pointed out, those images are already available. The vast majority of them are already available for uploading beginning at the beginning of Election Day. They can be done while everybody's waiting for the polls to close and the memory cards from the precincts to start coming in about 8 p.m. The entire day can be spent and all of the images can be uploaded before the polls even close. It's a simple and clerical task that can be handled efficiently during Election Day and then even overnight. But there's just really no legitimate reason to delay the release of the ballot images. Again, the idea is for transparency and to make corrections prior to the certification so that if a candidate needs a recount or believes he needs a recount, he can do a good little test and maybe we can avoid some recounts and certainly avoid post-election litigation. Going back to Gavrio's claims, as Ms. Grubbs said, the claim is very troubling, but true, that the current voting system does violate ballot secrecy. But the very idea that Gavrio is taking is it's okay for us, Gavrio and the local election officials, to be able to collect information on how people vote and have insiders have access to that, but the public cannot, is completely wrong and in violation of Georgia's Constitution and statutes. And given that this is a problem, this board absolutely needs to address this secrecy violation as it promised it would back in October 2022 when we first raised this DVS order question. If the board is concerned that the upload time is burdensome, as Gavrio has suggested, I urge you to adopt the rule for the 2025 elections. There'll be two probably low turnout statewide elections and a host of local elections. And the counties can then measure the upload time and the methods of efficient bulk uploading of memory cards. If they still believe it's a problem after gathering the data, the rule could be modified for 2026. Basically, the public's right to oversee election tabulations is really non-negotiable. The law is clear, compliance is not optional. I urge this board to stand for transparency, reject the delay tactics, and adopt the proposed rule to make timely ballot image disclosure clear and give the counties the guidance they require. Thank you for letting me speak, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Okay, just one moment. Let's ask the board if they have any questions for either Ms. Marks or Ms. Grubbs before we go on to some other people who would like to speak about this. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Grubbs or Ms. Marks? And Sally, it looks like you're muted at this point.
Yes,
Okay.
I did mute you. I'm here, but I'm muted, so you wouldn't have to be subjected to the noise.
You are not the first person that's muted me.
It's for your own good.
That's what I'm told. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Grubbs or Ms. Marks?
I'm not sure if they know the answer, but I'll ask the question. How long did it take to upload the ballot images from the November election, the most recent November election?
Dr. Johnston, this is Marilyn Marks. The data I saw is kind of all over the board, and it depended on counties. Many counties went ahead and uploaded them on election night. They will upload the results first from the memory cards and then upload the images. And the small counties can tend to do them, easily on election night. Others waited until the certification was done, and it looked like it took a few hours. I don't have all of the data collected, but it does not appear to be a process that has any reason to linger for days. Also, an easy way to do it is both Ms. Grubbs and I mentioned is the ballot images for early votes and mail votes are available to upload on election day. They can be uploaded to a hard drive, and then that hard drive plugged in the EMS system and just run in the background. No reason for big delays.
Also, Dr. Johnston, to that point, I know that Kevin Moncla has some of that information, and if you're willing to allow him to speak, he can speak to that point.
Up to the chair.
No, Dr. Johnson, the members of this board can ask for advice from anybody that they wish.
Okay. Ms. Marks, did you say some were uploading after certification?
Yes, quite a few counties appeared to upload after certification. And I guess they didn't have reason to use them until certification. And what appeared to be the trigger for that certification was the enhanced voting audit, where they were told to upload their images to enhanced voting as soon as certification was done. And so many, didn't just waited until that time, while others did it at the same time they uploaded their results, right after they uploaded their results. So the practice appears to be all over the board.
All right. So you're talking about county certification?
Yes, indeed. The certification that occurs generally tends to occur on the Monday after voting on Tuesday. And so, 7 days after the election will tend to be the time for certification. And so many of them have been or did upload this time after that certification date.
So it's my understanding that there were a number of counties that ended up needing to recertify after county certification based on the enhanced voting project results or the implementation of the enhanced voting project. So you would be, so you would be willing to accept these images within 72 hours, understanding that there may be a number of circumstances where there are errors that are found or detected and require recertification?
Was that question to me, Marilyn Marks, Dr. Johnson?
Either of you, Ms. Grubbs?
So, as far as updating, there's certification and there's the updating of certification when things happen, all the time. So, I don't know. What do you think, Marilyn? Do you have a thought on that?
You know me, Sally. I'll always have an opinion. And that is absolutely, the public needs to be able to get the very first iteration of those images for the very reason you mentioned. In the event that the public catches an error, that needs to go into the board's consideration of their canvassing process and certification, because it's in everyone's best interest to get any errors corrected before certification. So the idea would be you get the ballot images. If there's a problem, you report it to the board, they correct it. If there is another set of ballot images in the next iteration that comes along correcting them, then those would be public records as well. So I think it's in everyone's best interest to get each and every iteration, and all of them would be public records.
So there would be a clear understanding that these images would be unofficial paper ballot images?
Well, I think that they would be official records, certainly, but they would be supporting the unofficial results. But they would be official documents, which can, just as we get unofficial election results in numerous iterations through that entire week before certification. And everyone knows they're unofficial until they're certified. So I think you absolutely do want the pre-certification images so that issues that are found can be corrected, which is in everyone's benefit. And then certainly, I should add, that would in no way indicate any suggestion of delaying a certification. Obviously, if the board found a big problem, they may need to deal with the time required to take care of a problem. But you want the problems taken care of before certification. I hope that answers your question of each and every ballot image that was counted, even if it later has to be corrected, should be a matter of public record. A good example, and I'll rest my case in a moment here. A good example is the Sumter County images that showed votes counted for Mr. Potato Head and Mickey Mouse and others being transferred to a candidate, over 1,600 wrong votes. Those were not disclosed to the public until long after that election had been certified for weeks, and it was too late to do anything about it. If they had been obtained on a timely basis, that would have helped the public correct that error.
All right. As you may know, or let me say that I have been told by the Secretary of State's office that images don't always equate to a voted ballot in a previous day or month. So these images would be provided with fairly soon after the election night, but also during the canvass process that's still going on. Do you understand that?
Well, I certainly do, and that's what I'm a proponent of, that you absolutely want those images in order to help inform the canvass process. So if using the Mr. Potato Head example, citizens saw that and saw that those votes had been counted. They could get to the election board and say, whoa, election board, you really want to undo this before you certify. To me, it is a healthy part of the oversight, the public oversight of canvassing, to be able to call attention to errors, by whether that's calling attention by the candidate or the voters or a party, to be able to see those issues that the board might otherwise miss in their canvassing. So certainly, what you want are the images that support all of the various iterations through the entire audit trail of the tabulation of what ultimately ends up with the final vote.
And also to remember that the results, as they're uploaded on election night, those are unofficial results as well. And, you know, to Ms. Marks's point, you know, it is a public process, and it is in the name of transparency. I mean, for goodness sakes, we already have the issue with enhanced voting and what's going on with reporting results and auditing the results, which is a huge conflict of interest. The public deserves to have more transparency and providing these results of the images in the cast vote record. I mean, we've also got to talk about the cast vote record to go along with that, so that we have accurate and transparent results, and that the candidates can be aware, especially in some of these smaller counties, when you have such close races with such a small number of votes. That's something that really needs to be addressed, and the public needs to be involved in that process.
So this is looked upon as an aid to verify the figures, the numbers found in the canvas.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yes.
It should be part of the canvas process.
All right. Is there anybody online, Chairman Verveer, that knows about how long it took to upload the images during the past November election?
I don't know. The only person I know that's online that would like to speak to this is Mr. Kirk. I don't know if anybody else that is available.
All right.
Good afternoon, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. So to answer that question first, it seems to depend on, well, for one, how many ballots are on a memory, how many images are on a memory card, for how long it would take to upload, which makes sense. And when I say upload in this case, I mean from the memory card from the scanner to the EMS server. And the more files, the bigger the file, the bigger that file size is, the longer it takes. Most of mine upload fairly quickly, say less than 5 minutes, but especially for smaller elections. But I've heard from other counties that it can take as many as, I think the way it was put was a full day to do advanced voting memory cards, because it was a metro county and there's so many images on those cards. So that's the best information I have for you on that. I'm happy to poll members and get more data for you if you prefer. But if you don't mind, I've got some notes, and I was listening to the previous testimony. If I could just step through them.
Let me ask you.
Sure.
Let me ask another question. What do you mean less than 5 minutes? Less than 5 minutes for a memory card, or
For a memory card? Yes. It of course take a lot longer than that for all the memory cards, because the process of uploading a memory card is it's returned to us from the polls on election nights, or absentee ballot voting crew removes it from the advanced voting scanner after certain steps are taken to ensure chain of custody and those sorts of things. And then they are inserted.
I couldn't understand what you said.
Sorry. They're removed from the ICP scanners after certain steps are taken to verify chain of custody, to make sure the seals are intact, that sort of thing. From there, they go to usually a technician, in my case, a county employee at the EMS server. And there's one card reader on the server to read those cards. And we put the card into the server, we have three options, or any combination of three options. We can upload the results, we can upload the images, or we can upload the audit logs, or any combination thereof. In larger elections, there's a tendency to upload the results first, export those to the public, to the website, so that we can get the results out to the folks who want them, and then go back either that night or the next day or days and upload the images onto the server. In smaller elections where there's not many ballots cast, we tend to do it all at one time. But again, that's a county by county decision. From there, we export the images by precinct to a thumb drive in most cases, transport it to get them online to the repository, to an internet connected PC, and log into the state's repository system and upload a zip file that includes all those images. My understanding, although I've never seen this, is after that upload happens, an employee of the Secretary of State's office verifies, does a little bit of quality assurance that the right files uploaded properly, they're the right files, and nothing's in there that shouldn't be. If there's security in place, if the wrong file type's uploaded, it locks the system down and requires interaction with a state employee to reopen it. And once they do that quality assurance, then it's published online where folks can see it. And one of the things that happens during that upload process or publishing, I'm not sure which one, is the file names are randomized. They mentioned some of Professor Haldeman's findings. The upgrade we're looking at for the main software as a state will address that issue. But until then, the Constitution guarantees elections by the people shall be by secret ballot. And the repository is the tool we've been given by the state to use with the state's voting system to ensure that ballot secrecy along with transparency. So that's why we point out we need to use that system, especially until the update happens. And I'm hoping that's funded through the legislature during the current session, and we see that software updated this year. Does that answer your question, Dr. Johnston?
I have a question about ballot secrecy. Are you saying that there's not ballot secrecy until the files are uploaded to the Secretary of State?
I'm saying that, and I don't want to speak for Professor Haldeman. I don't have his report in front of me, but he says he's found a way to link to figure out the order the ballots were cast in based on the file names of the ballot images and the file names in the cast vote record. So if you can backwards engineer that and know the order the ballots were cast, and you knew exactly the order that voters cast their ballots. So if you had a poll with, say, 2 scanners, 4 poll pads, it would be very hard to do this. But in a smaller election, say people are coming in once a day, there's more of a concern. And we want to err on the side of caution, err on the side of ballot secrecy, and use the tool we were given to ensure everyone's vote stays private.
But Mr. Kerr, this is Sally.
One
of the issues is too that a lot of this information has already been given to people that are not election officials, that are outside contractors. And so some of this stuff is already being breached by other entities. It isn't. Have you had that experience, Ms. Marks?
Would you mind being more specific in who you're talking about?
Well,
go ahead, Ms. Marks.
Okay, well, thank you. Certainly, just to reinforce the point, and I can state personally, yes, the ballot sequence can be easily determined from the numbers that are put on the ballot images by the Dominion system. That's been known for a long time. The same is true of the cast vote records, which the counties are releasing. So it kind of makes no sense to say we can't release the images because you'll be able to determine the voting order when they're releasing the cast vote records, which you can do exactly the same thing. So that's really a non sequitur. But yes, it is a ballot secrecy problem. It has been proven. It is easy to determine a huge number of people's votes because we can determine the order in which they voted, the order in which the ballot has been cast. And so, yes, these have been public records. And Sally asked, haven't they been turned over to lots of people? Yeah, they've been turned over to the public. But also, certainly, it makes no sense for election officials to have records that can be traced. It makes no sense for Dominion technicians to have records that can be traced, or enhanced voting staff to have elections that can be traced. And it doesn't make sense for the public to have it. Therefore, the core problem in the system needs to be fixed, not making a decision of, oh, who gets to see how people vote and who does not get to see how people vote.
Also, I believe Mr. Monk was online now, if you
No,
can allow him to speak.
Let me just interject something real quick. Dr. Johnson, I think that we probably have a pretty good idea, possibly, of how long it takes to upload these things with this enhanced voting budget project that they had. And I just tried to call the Secretary of State to see if they had an answer to that, and they weren't available to answer that. But that might be a good question to ask is, we had to deal with 159 counties this year. And, I'm certainly not going to claim to be an expert on technology, but it would seem to me that a lot of it has to do with the file size and, how it's being uploaded and connection issues, which we deal with all the time at Waffle House for different things. But certainly that's a question we should ask the Secretary of State is, how long did it take to go through that budget process or the ballot process this year, and how successful were the counties in uploading those ballots?
Well, I know I was in Cobb County, which is one of the larger counties in the state, and they accomplished that the day after the election.
Yeah. So some counties were certainly a lot more sophisticated than others when it came to that. There's a difference, a wide difference statewide. I know that from just talking about that. So, but I don't know the answer to it, but that might be a question we need to ask them to find exactly how long it took to have that formed.
It's Ms. Gazelle, do you know?
I do not. I have an unrelated question.
Okay. There's a Mr. Moncla that says he knows.
Well, before we move on,
Mr. Kirk is speaking. Let's let him finish.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I also don't want to get into a situation where we have people that are questioning other people, respondents, or people that are asked to respond. So the questions need to come from the board members, not from people that are being asked to respond to things. So.
Yes, sir.
All right.
One of the things I wanted to mention before I get to the rest of my notes, there was a point made earlier about when images could be made available, when we could start uploading them from advanced voting. There's a difference between early tabulation, meaning producing the ability to produce results before election and the closed polls on election day, and early processing where we're just scanning absentee by mail ballots early on election day or days before the election. The former was how we would get the images off those scanners. And there's no way to do that without producing results from those scanners. The first thing that happens when we end the election is it produces a report, which would mean those employees have to be sequestered. It's a lot of extra pressure on offices. So many of us choose to wait until 7 p.m. to end that election just to avoid more administrative hassle on an already busy day. But again, it depends on the size of the election, how many ballots were cast, how long it's going to take to shut down those scanners and those sorts of things. The other comment that was in Gabriel's response about potential redaction is unfortunately there are areas in the state where there are a small number of voters that are assigned to a given precinct and district combination, which is what determines their ballot style. And my understanding from talking to other counties is that if they have a situation where there is say less than a dozen voters that get this ballot style in a precinct, they redact off of both the images and the cast vote record to preserve those voters' privacy because it's so small. Now, that's not the best practice. We encourage our folks to address that during redistricting or to take additional steps to address those sorts of things. But sometimes geography and lines are what they are, and it puts us between a rock and a hard place there. But again, we're trying to go back. We're trying to preserve everyone's privacy the best we can with the tools we've been given. So that's what we refer to there. But the other point I wanted to make is there are two code sections referenced in this rule. There's 151871, which is our open records code section, which is the newer of the two, and gives the time frame of procedure. It talks about, and Ms. Marks is correct, we are supposed to respond within 3 business days if the records are available. And if not, we have to respond within 3 business days to acknowledge receipt of the request, describe records that we will have available and when they will be available. And we included that language in our letter response. 21272 is and the other point about open record is that the ballot images are open record under that code section, and that's very clear. 21272 is a much older code section that doesn't specify ballots being open record. I think back then there was no concept of a ballot image. Where the open records code section talks about producing files electronically, you not having to be there to examine things. 21272 requires that it be an elector of the county, the president of the office to examine the records. If there happens to be a copy machine in the office, they can request copies. And I think that the cost is like 10 cents a page. So I think that the code section that really applies here is Title 50, our open records code section. And that code section gives 3 business days for a response, which is different than 72 hours. The way this works in practice, and if you're ever curious about open records, the ACCG has a great document online that explains all this, a guide for their counties. But that timeline starts the morning of the day after the request comes in. So the morning that we receive that request, and if they were set in, say, after the close of polls on election night, I would not see it till the next day, starts 3 business days. But say it was made on Wednesday. The 3rd business day would be the following Monday, not Saturday. So is a difference between 72 hours and 3 business days. And this rule is going beyond what the law requires us. And I think that's our biggest concern, is that the rule is further restricting what is very clear in a statute. So that's the main point there. And this is all in the letter we sent in. But when we suggested an amendment to the rule, it was with the knowledge that candidates do have a tight time frame to contest an election. And I would put forward that while I would love to expand the certification period to give more time for us to double check things, to produce reports, to provide documents, that would impact the voter registration deadline for a potential runoff for federal office. So I don't see that happening anytime in the near future. Perhaps the contest period could be extended to give the candidates more time to research and get the records they need and petition the courts to contest the election. And I can't speak for the legislature. I don't know how we get more time to do this from our standpoint. And then knowing how much is going on that week, knowing how much that server could be used. And when we think about these rules, we're not just thinking about the best case. The small election with a few votes to upload, everything goes fast, but all the research goes fast on the provisional ballots. We're thinking about the opposite of the spectrum when there's so much to do after a major statewide election for a gubernatorial cycle or presidential cycle. Going through the process to upload those images could be burdensome. It may not be, but for larger jurisdictions, for people that have smaller staffs, that's putting one more thing on them. They're already missing sleep trying to get the job done before certification. And we'd already have more honest at that time frame. And again, transparency is important. I want to provide information to the public personally. We as an organization value that transparency, but we're trying to offer a way to do it in a way that wouldn't violate a statute and would give us the time we need to get our jobs done. So what we suggested is that first, and I think this is important, you require that all counties upload the ballot images before the county certification. Unfortunately, I know there's a lot of interest in previous elections, the ballot images, but the only place those images existed was on the memory card from the scanner. And if they weren't uploaded before those memory cards were reused, they don't exist anymore. So there's no going back to get them. And requiring that the counties upload before they certify, I think will provide some reassurance and some guidance to the counties. That's an important step. And make sure we have what we need for public requests, for image audits, for retention that's required. Allow folks to start requesting those images after the close of polls, because the way the election law works, if the record doesn't exist at the time of the request, even if we know it's going to exist the next day, our response, according to the law, is that record doesn't exist. So specify that they can make it during this time frame. They do exist then. It's a question is where they're at, and then require that counties produce them the business day after. Make sure they upload them either as soon as they certify or on the next business day. Again, that helps with image uploads, helps with transparency, and any request that came in during certification period, over 3 business days from the certification meeting, could be fulfilled the day after, and I think that would be appropriate, personally. And that for the time being, at least, all those images need to go through the image repository, just because ballot secrecy is important. It's the only tool we have right now to ensure it. And no matter how the ballot's cast right now, whether it's a hand-marked ballot through the scanner or a summary ballot printed, that's still an issue that we need to address. I think that's a good way for y'all to address it. And then, yes.
Yeah, let me point out something. Some information I just got for the board to consider too. I heard back from the Secretary of State on the upload, and they said that 99% of the counties are able to upload within 8 days of the vote, the election date. And the reason a lot of them wait is because of provisional ballots and UOCAVA ballots. UOCAVA don't come in or aren't required to be in until 5 o'clock on Friday. And then there's provisional ballots to be, adjudicated throughout that week too. And so a lot of them will wait until certification has occurred to make sure that all the votes are in and then upload them so that they can do them within, the vast majority of them, unless there's some errors in uploading, are able to do it the day after certification. So that came from the.
And I appreciate that point, because I forgot to say something before. The ballot repository, as it stands right now, is designed to take 1 upload per election. So it doesn't contemplate getting multiple uploads, multiple files for the public to go through. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just that's how it's set up right now.
Yeah, that's consideration that this board will need to determine is how many uploads need to occur, because you would have an upload as they requested it 3 days, and an upload after the UOCAVA ballots come in, and then there may be provisional ballots that are adjudicated after that. So you're talking about multiple uploads or multiple ballots, which in itself would create some confusion as to what the actual account was. And I think that's a concern that this board would need to think about. So,
and they would need time to change that software if multiple uploads are required.
Right.
And any kind of development takes time. The last point to our suggestion is to put a little bit of teeth on it without violating a statute. If somebody can't meet the 3-day deadline, if they can't provide the images to the Casco records, sorry, I didn't say that before, the day after certification, require them to make a report to y'all to explain why. There could be a good reason. There could be an emergency, but I think an explanation would be appropriate.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to Mr. Kirk's point, I personally was not taking into account provisionals or UOCAVA in the issue. I mean, you can't provide a record before it exists. So in this rule proposal, we're talking about the images from the election, the advanced voting images, the mail ballots, and that kind of thing. I wasn't, there's no reason for him to tie it to UOCAVAs or provisionals. The law is the law when it comes to that.
Yeah, I understand. But under your provision, you would have an incomplete upload because there would be more ballots out there that would not be calculated in that initial upload. And so there'd be an inconsistency right there between what you've received at 3 days versus what the final tally is.
And to be clear, I did not address that point intentionally.
Yeah. So that's just a consideration. And like I said, why some counties wait until, day 8, I guess, to upload those, because then they have all the ballots available.
Right. But that's inconsistent. That's why we included the supplemental provision that the supplemental production may be required for additional ballot images as they are processed. But if they've already scanned the ballots for the election, there would be no reason to wait 8 days. And so waiting.
They haven't scanned the UOCAVA and the provisional ballots.
Right. That's why we put in the provision for supplemental processing and production, the supplemental images as they are processed through final certification.
You don't think that would create some questions as to the vote totals being changed? I mean, you got your initial one, then you may have another one after UOCAVA, then you may have another one at the end with provisional ballots added to it. And I mean,
no, no, I don't. And
sitting on my side, I could see some issues with that.
But see, here's the problem. The counties are already responsible for maintaining these records. And I cannot tell you how frustrating it is when you contact the counties for the information and they say, you can look on the SOS's website. And that information may or may not be there. And, I don't know about everybody else, but this changed, the change from the former reporting to now enhanced voting, there were a lot of changes and there's a lot of information that was a lot more difficult this election than there was previously. So, in doing these upgrades and changes, it's like, where was the advance notice that we were changing to enhanced voting from the SIDL program and election night reporting system? People do actually a pretty good job of going with the flow and changing with this information only because we've been put in the position to have to do that. We get daily updates and changes and process without actual information. I mean, every time we turn around, there's another process or there's another bit of software that's new. I mean, that people are having to adapt to. We have some very sophisticated election advocates that are out there verifying and trying to verify, and we have to jump through all these hoops as it is anyway. So I don't see that as an issue.
Yeah.
If I may add one thing, the difference between releasing unofficial results and, say, ballot images that support the unofficial results, as Ms. Marks said, in my mind, is when we produce the reports for the official results, the reports say unofficial incomplete at the top of the report, and that's required. I'm not sure how we would accomplish the same thing with ballot images, but if y'all choose to move forward and have us release multiple sets prior to certification, I would suggest that you look at some way of marking that as the unofficial incomplete as a package, and then the final set after certification as official complete, the same way we do the results reports.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a couple,
I was going to say, any other board members have any questions?
I have several. And
let's finish with Dr. Johnson, and then we can come to you. Member
No, go ahead.
Gazal?
No, go ahead. She hasn't asked any.
All right, Member Gazal?
Has there been any evaluation of the financial burden that this would create for counties? Because the websites that they may have right now are probably not sufficient to manage this amount of data. Is there any evaluation of that?
Not to my knowledge, but I would say that unless I missed it in the rule, nothing would require us to put on the website. It could be produced a different way.
Well, let's let Ms. Grubbs answer that question since it's her role.
Okay, could you please ask the question again?
Has there been any attempt to evaluate the financial burden of this as is required under the Georgia APA?
Attempt, what do you mean attempt? I mean, has there been a cost analysis done?
Yes.
I do not have a cost analysis at the time, but I would like to recognize, I mean, I can't obviously, but I believe Mr. Moncla might have some of that information if he could, if you would consider asking him, but also Ms. Marks may have an opinion on that.
May I speak to that as a frequent requester? Because it's open records case, obviously the requester pays the cost, and there is no requirement in Ms. Grubbs' proposed rule to require a website. And the way that the counties have been doing it, and we have hundreds of examples of requests we've made, they put things on a USB stick or put them in an electronic file. We often use ShareFile, and they upload them. And if there's a cost for the USB stick and for the labor, we pay for it. So this really is not a burden on the county. It's user pay.
And to put a firm number on that, when I send out on a USB stick, it's like $5, somewhere in there.
It's more the time and the staffing if it's not on a website.
Well, we already, I mean, as to Ms. Mark's point, if somebody does an open records request, they're going to be paying for it anyway. Trust me, I've paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars in open records requests. And, you know, if the county says to pay it, then pay it, because again, the county is supposed to have this information.
Yes, I come down on the side. My reading of OCGA 50-18-71 subsection B1A comports with the one suggested by Mr. Kirk.
And I guess the other point we made there is, because I talked about it, says earlier, somewhere in the records code, I can't think of the exact citation, it says that if the file is readily available online, that a response indicating where the file is located is sufficient rather than providing the files themselves again.
I couldn't understand what you said.
In the open records code section, there is a provision that states if the record already exists online, is readily available to the public in that way, that referring them to that website is sufficient to meet the request, as opposed to providing the files again in a different manner.
Yeah, but
right. So I have several questions. With regards to the upload, Mr. Favere, that you were told 8 days. Is that an upload to the EMS, or is that upload of images to the Secretary of State?
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Once again, I don't know the answer to that. I was just told by Secretary of State that 99% of the counties would be able to upload within 8 days after they've received all the UOCAVA and provisional ballots.
So you're saying before they could upload all of the ballot images would take 8 days?
That's what they said, yes.
Okay.
So again, I'm sorry, I just don't see how that's complying with law.
No.
So the 50-1871K clearly states that scanned ballot images created by the voting system are public records subject to disclosure. And 21-272 in our code book, when it's describing election records, it lists a number of things: statements, nomination petitions, affidavits, certificates, tally papers, returns, accounts, contracts, reports, and other documents in official custody. So, Mr. Kirk, in your opposition letter 1, you say that this rule violates state law. Which, can you be specific about what law it violates?
Specifically, I think the easiest example there is the difference between 72 days and 72 hours and 3 business days. The two are not the same thing. One is more restrictive than the other, the latter being in statute.
Okay, you're talking about open records requirements, right?
Yes, but the way this is written for providing records, I believe that where statute carries, the statute cited from Title 21 talks about being there in person to examine records, and making copies of records, but gives no other procedure for providing them. And while you can't read statutes in a vacuum, context is important. What it says is what it says. So that is not an extension of the Records Code section, I don't think.
All right, and you also state that it contradicts state law. Which state law are you talking about contradicting?
Well, the example I just gave would be contradicting 50-1871.
Okay. And I'm concerned about this ballot secrecy. Are we operating with a voting system that compromises ballot secrecy?
If we fulfill requests as the state's instructed through the portal, I do believe it preserves ballot secrecy, but it requires additional steps. Once we upgrade the software to the new version of the meeting software, I'm not seeing, but my understanding is it mitigates those risks, and those additional steps will not be required anymore. Which is one reason I'm anxious to go ahead and do it.
Okay, are you saying that election offices have access to ballot secrecy, and the Secretary of State has access to know how people voted?
It would take knowing the exact order that voters scanned their ballots, which in my opinion, and I've talked to Professor Halderman and his students about this, is only a risk during very small elections. If the more equipment you're using in a polling place, the harder that is to do. And even just using multiple poll pads, if you're checking people at the same time, you know which order they're going to scan their ballots in. People vote at different rates. They move at different rates. It's hard to link the order they were checked in with the order they scanned their ballots.
And does this have something to do with separation of the ballot image from the cast vote record?
If I understand your question properly, let me say it this way. What I'm describing is the reason we've been instructed to release images through the image repository.
And what is the image repository? Does that separate the image from the cast vote record?
My understanding is yes, and that's what one of the complaints is that it changes the file name, so it is harder to link things up.
But that is altering an election document. That is altering an original election record. I don't understand how anyone could possibly be okay with that.
Well, that's, okay, that's a concerning question. And so as Mr. Chair, as I read the legislation from SB 189, 212493, J.1, it states that the digital images shall of the scanned ballots created as part of the prelim tabulation process shall be posted no later than 5 p.m. on the second Friday following the day of the election. And such posting shall be supplemented by the posting of additional ballot images created in the tabulation process through final certification of such election. So it's in the code as far as posting additional ballot images such as provisionals and.
What code is that, Dr. Johnson?
It is 493 J.1. 493 J.1. So I think the rule petition is, it's not identical to what this portion of the code states, but it's not inconsistent completely. It maybe betters the code. Have you had a chance to read that?
I'm reading it right now. Yeah, I read that. It deals obviously with the Secretary of State and gives him the second Friday following the day. So this actually, but her rule doesn't really affect the Secretary of State. It just affects the counties, correct? The Secretary of State wouldn't be required to post anything.
They host the system. But Dr. Johnson, the way you phrased that was interesting. And I think that sort of sums up our main concern here is that this rule seems to be an attempt to improve the code rather than clarify the code. And in doing so, it's not consistent with the code.
Mr. Kirk, who wrote your letter and provided your legal opinions?
I originally drafted it. It went before our legislative committee for their input. They made input. It changed somewhat. It went before there are attorneys associated with that, or county attorneys they bounced it off of, and that's how we got to the final document.
Could I ask for Mr. Moncla to reply?
Mr. Moncla, available?
Is there a Mr. Moncla?
Yeah, we're unmuting him. He's unmuted.
I'm present. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Mr. Moncla. Can you answer the question of how long it takes to upload the ballot images for unofficial ballot image results?
I think there's two different uploads are being completed here. There's the upload of the ballot image results log file and result log files that happen during the course of the election or at the close of the election on election night or the day thereafter, like Dr. Johnson described in Cobb County. The same happened in Fulton County, but it is imminent and right there after the polls close. So that upload is insignificant in the amount of time, and I think that's what's getting conflated here. Uploading ballot images to enhanced voting is a different matter, but it is not overly complex or burdensome. These ballot images range in file size from 80 kilobytes to 200 kilobytes. They're tiny. So I don't think it's a complication or an obstruction of the counties to comply with Naselli's rule.
So I didn't hear a time. How long does it take?
Well, it's done. It's done already. It's done. They're uploaded to the EMS from the tabulator memory cards and from the tabulators themselves during the course of the business of uploading the results. So it's already done the day after the election. The counties have them. They're in their systems, and the counties can't comply with sharing those ballot images by any number of means, like Mr. Kirk said, a USB stick or uploading them if they so choose to a file share, which they all do.
And plus, we are requesting that this be done by the counties. We're not asking the Secretary of State anything. So the images are already in the possession and compiled and done by the counties. They already exist. So the timing issue is not an issue.
It's not. And let me say, I'd like to speak to that. Well, first of all, I do enthusiastically support this rule. Marilyn Marks and I don't get along or don't see eye to eye on many issues. This one we do. And I think that's a good indicator that it's good for everyone. It's we want the county's records. We don't want enhanced voting's records. We don't want the Secretary of State's records. We want them from the county. And I sent the board a letter. The enhanced voting audit includes 105,000 ballot images, their records, not ours, that have a timestamp that is outside the scope of the election. In other words, there have been scans, like say in Fulton County on November 12th, the day of certification, of 12,000 ballots. Those scans replaced ballots that were tabulated during the course of the election. Not only in ballot images, ballot results. So those scans became part of the cast vote record. And no one can tell me who scanned those ballots. This happened in multiple counties. And then a forthcoming report by Philip Davis of Ballot Assure, who knows more about ballots than all of us combined, will detail the counties, the times, and the manner in which they were scanned. But it was not the counties by themselves.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I'd like to, the randomization issue I'd like to speak to. The voting system randomizes in-person voting in the records. That is a prescribed or feature of the Dominion voting system, the system that Georgia voters purchased. Dr. Halderman found that it was reversible. And the reason that it's reversible is because it's not a true randomization. It's an algorithm that pseudo-randomizes it or appears random, but it is reversible. So he was able to reverse it. This has been known for at least 2 years, if not 3. And the Secretary of State has failed to force Dominion to comply with their contract or to provide the product that they sold Georgia voters. It would take someone who was a savant and had surveillance of what machines were voted on. And I think that Mr. Kirk's characterization of it was fair. You have to know the number of tabulators, poll pads, the order of people operating inside the building to determine who voted in what order, even with the reversed algorithm. It should be addressed, but it is a fault of the voting system manufacturer and not that of the county or anyone else. And to take the steps of renaming ballot images and altering those images is not the answer. It alters the official record and is not acceptable.
Thank you. Let's get back to this rule in particular. Hang on one second. Let's get back to this rule in particular. I have a couple questions. Ms. Grubbs?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. These are kind of standard questions I ask anytime that we have a rule. I at least ask it myself. Why not do this legislatively as opposed to coming before this board for a rule? I mean, the legislature's in session.
Because you guys are to promulgate rules and regulations in accordance with law. And my position is this rule is in accordance with law, just like the other rules. And if these rules are not in accordance with law, then the rules that were done in 2020 should not have applied. I mean, this is a fundamental role of the state election board, is to come up with rules to effectuate these things. And you guys are the ones who are supposed to be the experts in this. The legislature has done legislation that they thought that they were doing the right thing. I believe in their hearts they were doing the right thing. They passed it, but you guys have to come up with the framework and the rules to actually put what they prescribe in law into action. That is what you exist for. And that is what you were granted. You know, you're a legislative created body, and that is what you were there to do. And so I think that, you know, it's your job, basically. I know you're volunteers, and I know that you don't get paid to do it. However, it is your job to promulgate the rules and regulations to ensure that we have a safe and effective election system. I fully recognize and understand there are powers that you do not have, and I wouldn't put forth a rule to try and get you to legislatively do something. I understand and know what the legislature is for. And as you know, it is very difficult to get things done. But if, you know, the legislature is in session for 40 days a year, you guys are, you know, year round, you're there to do these things. And the problem is that the legislature did the things and then the counties are not complying. And, you know, that's a problem. And so, you know, that's why I think that you all need to adopt this rule. And, you know, then if Mr. Kirk or somebody has a problem with it, you know, we can deal with that. But in the meantime, it is not fair to the citizens of Georgia that they make these requests and then the counties are saying, go get it from the Secretary of State, when the counties are the custodians. They're the ones responsible for maintaining the records. And if that weren't the truth, then why is it that the counties have to physically have the space for the ballots and all the election records? I mean, in Cobb County, you know, there was a point in time where all the records were stashed in, you know, random places like an abandoned firehouse because they didn't have room at the clerk's office. We have got to get to a better point in elections, and we have to have integrity in these elections. And you've heard a bunch of reasons today why people don't. And if you care about citizens having access to lawful and legal public records, then you need to pass this rule and you need to participate in the process and not push it off on the legislature, because it is actually your job and you are legislatively mandated to do your job.
Well, I think that I think my issue is not necessarily with the transparency or the counties providing these ballot images. It's the timing of it and having it done 3 days after after the election and knowing that there are still votes outstanding, provisional and Uocava, and then having, additional uploads, which in my mind would create confusion and questions for those people trying to obtain that information. So, I believe in transparency. I'm always, as you know, one that's concerned about what's our role versus the legislature's role in doing that. So I appreciate your answer on that. But my issue more is with the timing of having these things, having the counties have to make these available, and then the questions and inconsistencies in vote totals is what my issue is.
But Mr.
with it.
Chairman, to
Mhm.
that point, though, that doesn't, the timing of that's why we created the supplemental point. The General Assembly has already spoken as to this issue. They have classified these records as public records, and as public records, they have to comply with open records request. They have, these counties have 3 days to produce the records after they possess them. Obviously, and we've run into this comment, but not your specific comment, but as far as providing records, you have to provide the records in accordance with open records rules. And so obviously you can't provide a Uocava ballot or provisional ballot if it doesn't exist yet. If they're not in possession of it yet, they can't provide it. But that's why we put the supplemental language in there. So
if it's already required by law, what's the necessity of having this rule then? I mean, why not just file an open records request and obtain them? And if they don't give it to them, then you file a lawsuit for failing to, follow the open records request.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I wish that people would comply with open records requests and things like that. And then you go through the whole process. And here we have an election situation where you've got the timing of the certification, which again, this goes to the certification issue of certifying elections when people don't have all the information. I mean, that is currently in litigation now. The counties are unsure how they need to comply, and that's why your role in all of this is so crucial, because you need to give direction to the counties and how they need to comply, and they simply need guidance from the state body, not a court, and not a court across the state, but from the election board, because that title is actually in the name of your board, the state election board. You guys are to provide the guidance and the rules to follow. So it's incumbent upon you all to do that and to give a process to it.
Yeah, I think you and I have had some lively discussions on the whole certification thing prior to this. So thank you for your answers.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Can you hear me? I put on my earpiece hoping it would help with the mic.
We can hear you much, much, much better.
Oh, good. Normally it's the other way around, but I don't have much to say because a lot of what the discussion, I was just listening, and a lot of the questions I had have been answered through the discussion. But I do think that access is important when it comes to elections. And especially when we paint a picture that there is a form of transparency that's available to all of our citizens, painting that picture but not actually providing the access is where I hear the biggest issue. I think that's where the biggest issue lies. I heard the open records request comment. I'm hearing, all these other solutions that are supposed to be readily available, but they're not. So as a board, I do think that there is a consideration that has to be put in place around adding some type of defining or adding some form of explanation around how the execution process should look while we are offering access to voters. So for me, my concern is that we're providing options such as submitting open records requests, such as suing, which I think is a little bit outlandish because of the fact that a lot of people are just not going to have the money to sue a county or sue a state. However, just because those options are available, it doesn't mean that they are accessible. And that's where I think the biggest problem everyone is running into. I think that's the biggest issue.
Thank you, Member King. Are there any other comments from board members or questions from board members? The chair will entertain a motion at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Johnston.
I think the I think this petition for rule is a valid petition. I have a little reservation that it's not really consistent. It's just unclear that as far as the law and how, if this rule is completely consistent with the law right now. It may be that this rule actually improves what is currently in the code. So I'm hesitant to vote to adopt this at this time. Although I must let everybody know that once the images are uploaded into the EMS, whatever amount of time that takes, whether it's on election night or the next day, which it should be, there should be the ability to do this no later than the next day after the election, and as close to the time that the polls are closed, in my opinion. Once they're uploaded, it's easy to download a file and to a flash drive to be provided to a requester. Now, I understand also that election workers are exhausted, they're tired, and they're still performing many election-related tasks. So some concern or respect for that is called for, but I also understand that candidates that are interested in the election outcome and that are studying the vote tallies, and now there's the ability, I think, to run these images through some sort of program to coordinate with a certain number of vote tallies, understanding that there are provisional ballots and UOCAPA ballots to be counted. I would be very interested in taking this across the street, so to speak, to the necessary people at the Capitol and see if we could perhaps, while the session is in open, to get this part proposed to make some modification if necessary to the code and incorporate this in our election code.
Well, I think now is certainly the time to do that. And Chairman Watson might be the place to start, or with the Senate Ethics Committee, or someplace like that. So. Are you, do you have a motion pertaining to that, Dr. Johnson?
I would move that if it's appropriate, I would move that we continue this to the next meeting, which you have informed me will probably be in a month or sooner, or a month or nearby, a month from now. And with that goal in mind, maybe this can be reconsidered if it's needed to be reconsidered. Maybe it will be. Maybe we can affect some legislation that would make all parties happy.
Well, I have talked to Dr. Johnson about that, and this board will probably need to meet sometime in the next 2 to 4 weeks to discuss executive director issues, since we're in the process of that. And it would be an appropriate time to bring this back up again if necessary, which would then also get us, if we're going to make movement on this, it would need to happen before crossover day, as you know, which is coming up rapidly. And we'd know at that time whether or not it made it through crossover, and then could discuss it based on whether legislation was submitted or, made crossover. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I could make a request that we issue a formal written request to the Attorney General's office for their determination of whether or not this is compliant with the open records law. And I also note that there is a mechanism for citizens to apply to appeal for directly with the Attorney General's office on perceived lack of compliance with open records. You don't have to go through a lawsuit necessarily. There is a formal mediation program with the Attorney General's office for open records.
Alex will make that. Alex will make that request with the Attorney General today or tomorrow morning at the very latest, with my approval, Alex. So that'll go straight to them, and we'll have some information from them, Dr. Johnson. Also, then, and I would expect a response the next day or so from the Attorney General. They've been fairly responsive to those requests. So, Dr. Johnson, is it your motion then that we continue this matter until the next scheduled board meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The next meeting, which will probably occur in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That is my motion.
Do we have a motion to continue this consideration of this rule until the next meeting, which is expected to occur within the next 2 to 4 weeks? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing this rule consideration for the next meeting, which is expected to occur next 2 to 4 weeks, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Grubbs. Thank you, Ms. Marks. Thank you, Mr. Moncla. Thank you, Mr. Kirk. We appreciate your comments. The next item on the agenda is old business. Discussion of true the vote litigation, potential action of withdrawal of the subpoena, and dismissal of the petition and lawsuit. I believe that is Dr. Johnson's request.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The board has had discussion about the state election board lawsuit against True the Vote, Inc. That was a civil action suit to obtain subpoena to enforce a subpoena. The case was administratively closed over a year ago, and to my knowledge, there's been no action on that. I would like to make a motion to dismiss with prejudice case number 2023 CV-382520, State Election Board versus True the Vote, and the petition for order to compel response to the subpoena and withdraw the subpoena to complainant True the Vote, Inc. in SEB case number 2022-003.
I have one question, and I think it would be beneficial for this board and members of the audience to give some background as to why you feel this is necessary. But my question is, there is an open case that was going to be heard in May pertaining to the True the Vote allegations. The True the Vote people have requested to dismiss their complaint last year or so, and the prior chairman decided not to dismiss their complaint and move forward with their complaint. Would dismissing the subpoena, dismissing the requirement for them to respond to the subpoena, would this board also need to consider dismissing the complaints made by True the Vote.
I'm not excuse me, I'm not opposed to dismissing the complaint of True the Vote, that True the Vote was the complainant, and the respondents, I believe, were multiple counties.
Yes. Would you,
I would be
like
glad,
this-
I would entertain
this-
adding that to my motion.
Well, I would like you to enlighten the board a little bit, if you don't mind, as to the necessity of doing this. That,
The necessity, I'm not sure I'd call it a necessity, but this was a complaint filed by True the Vote. And the subpoena was initially issued to identify a whistleblower that was described in the complaint. And the subsequent subpoenas and petition and civil actions were all designed to identify or reveal the whistleblower that True the Vote. I have not seen all these documents, but there was concern from the very start about the safety of the whistleblower, if there is a whistleblower. And it is apparent that the whistleblower will not be identified or cannot be identified. And therefore, the likelihood of this proceeding successfully is it's likely not to happen. And I don't think it's this board's position to sue to identify such a person. The proper disposition in this case would be, in any other case that we've heard, to my understanding, is to dismiss the secondary to unsubstantiated evidence, i.e. the whistleblower.
Thank you. I've read all the documents, read all the court documents that came through, and read the complaint, original complaint made by True the Vote. And it appears to me that True the Vote was not able to produce the evidence that they claimed in the complaints. And therefore, I think it's unnecessary for us to, if they're not able to provide the documents that they claimed originally were there, and respond to our subpoena, then I don't know how we can continue with the complaint against the counties if they can't give us the evidence that we need, or refuse to give us the evidence that we need. Either way, I also think that I agree with you that why are we spending our time and energy on something that we're not going to get eventually, anyway? Because they've said that they don't have the documents. They said that they can't produce the documents. They said that they don't exist, the ones we're asking for. I'm not quite sure what the necessity is of continuing to push that issue from a time and expense standpoint.
Right. And I'm sure somewhere along the line, it's continuing to cost these parties. And we've just sent a whole boatload of referrals to the Attorney General. We could lighten their load by removing this.
Mr. Chairman, I did have one question. My understanding was that there were assertions made that there had been a production of 6,000 pages, of 4,000, 6,000, I'm not sure the exact number, and that the Attorney General's office was attempting to locate and identify that production, but had been unable to do so. Has there been any further developments on that?
No, they have not been able to produce any documents yet. And in fact, the last filing, or one of the filings I saw with the court this prior year, was that they denied that any of those documents existed, and they did not have them in their possession.
Well, I have the response that was filed in December of 2023, and the subpoenas were for significantly more than simply a name of an alleged whistleblower. But I agree with your characterization, which is that they stated repeatedly that they do not have any documents. So I agree that it seems to be a fruitless effort to seek information that apparently does not exist.
Yeah, they responded to 11 different requests on December the 11th of 2023. They responded and were unable to produce any of the documents or the names that was requested. So I just think that it's I'm not sure what the purpose is in continuing that when they're obviously not going to be able to provide anything that we can use as a board. And like I said, I don't know what the purpose of being considering or continuing the complaints that they made against the counties if they can't produce any of the evidence. So. Are there any other questions from the board? Member Johnson, would you like to make a motion?
I thought I did already.
Did you want to revise it with the complaint itself?
Yes, I'll add also to dismiss the complaint number SEB case 2022-003. I believe that's correct.
2022-023 or 33?
003.
003. Okay. So we have a motion to withdraw the subpoena and dismissal of the petition and lawsuit against True the Vote, and also dismiss SCB complaint 2022-003. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of withdrawing the subpoena and dismissal of the petition and lawsuit against True the Vote and dismissal of case number SCB 2022-003 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A vote of 4-0. The next item in old business is discussion of complainants speaking to cases. I'd like to start the discussion by saying, as evidenced during this meeting, any complainants that showed up for the meeting were invited to speak and respond. And it's always been my position in these board meetings that this board is able to ask any questions they want of anybody that is there to provide valuable information in us making our decision. So is there anything else that that the board wishes to occur besides that already happening?
I would want to be assured that the complainants are notified whenever their cases are to be brought to the board.
I've been assured by Alexander that the complainants are notified. Even if it's a dismissal case, they are notified.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion from the board on that topic? Okay. Let's move on to item number 7, which is new business discussion of enhanced voting invoices. Member King, I believe that you had a question about that.
Yes, I did. I wanted to talk about this or discuss this because it was brought to our attention that the ballot auditing tool that was utilized was supposed to be paid. I'm assuming it was supposed to be paid by us since it was our budget. However, to my understanding, I think the Secretary of State office was paying the ballot auditing tool company. I want to discuss this publicly because I don't have full information, and I'm assuming you may have more information, Mr. Chairman. But can you share with us what happened and why the Secretary of State's office was handling those payments?
Okay. So the legislature funded, actually, I want to make sure I got the legislation correct. This was in the state election board budget, and it was to increase funds for third-party ballot text auditing technology and require the Office of the Secretary of State will utilize the appropriated funds solely to conduct a pilot project that will provide full verification audit of all ballots cast in Georgia in the November 2024 elections. And it goes on to say some other stuff, but that had to do with the funding itself. It also says, and that no employee of the Office of the Secretary of State will financially benefit from software development or procurement in the implementation of the project. So while the funds were budgeted through the state election board, the state election board doesn't have the ability to do procurement or to actually sign any bills because we don't have our own accounts. And so while we knew of the funding, we were doing some oversight onto the project. The bills actually had to be signed by the Secretary of State's officials. I don't have the ability to sign them. Executive Director Cohn did not have the ability to sign them. The Secretary of State, someone in the Secretary of State's office had to sign them. There were a total of 4 different bills. One for $1.45 million, which was for the budget audit itself, and that was in the contract for the $1.45 million. There were 3 additional bills that were paid. One was paid in October for $36,000. One was paid in December for $192,600, and one was paid in January 2nd for $62,100, for a total of approximately $281,000 roughly. And those were for help desk. In the contract itself, it allowed for help desk, for there to be a help desk at a rate of $225 an hour. When we did the original procurement meetings and they did a proposal, I was in that meeting. Executive Director Cohn was there, and I believe Dr. Johnson might have been in that meeting too. And they laid out the proposal for how they were going to handle or split up the state into different territories. I made the comment that I did not think they had a large enough staff to be able to handle, because the vast majority of our 159 counties weren't familiar with doing ballot image audits, and they were going to require a lot of training. So they agreed to bring on more staff to make the territories much smaller. So they ended up with a much larger staff than was originally anticipated, and it required a whole lot of help desk support through August, September, October, November to, number one, train these counties and answer questions as they were doing that. I asked for a reconciliation of those help desks, and they sent a 2-page reconciliation talking about the work that they did in those months to account for that $280,000. I knew from the very front end that the Secretary of State had to sign off on these bills. I did not personally review each of them being signed off on. I didn't feel like that was my responsibility at the time, because Executive Director Cohn had been tasked with doing most of the oversight. And but I knew that they were signing off on them, specifically the $1.45 million, which was an agreed to price at the very beginning, and then the help desk things that came in afterwards. I received, I would say, semi-regular to regular updates from the Secretary of State as I would call in and ask about how the process was going, or I'd ask Executive Director Cohn about the process, and seemed satisfied with the results of it. I think that, in my opinion, the audit was a great thing for the state of Georgia, and worked out like it was supposed to. So
I don't want to go into the audit yet, because I do have some questions about that. However, you stated that the original bid was, we put this out on the street, right? It was an RFP.
Yeah, there were 2 companies that responded.
Okay. And when they responded, we approved them for the 1.4 million.
When we signed the contract for the 1.45 million, but there was a provision in there for help desk support at $225,000. I mean, $225 an hour.
So the help support was $225 an hour. So that pretty much can run continuously. Like, I mean, we don't even, it stopped at $200,000, but it could have gone. I mean, what made it? I mean, I haven't seen the reconciliation report, so that you're reviewing. I would love if you could share that. But does it give you an itemized breakdown of the amount of hours that was spent, what it was spent on, and then how it totals the 200,000? Is that what you're telling me?
No, the bills themselves itemize the number of hours per bill. And the report is simply a 2-page document that I asked for in the last couple of weeks explaining those 3 help desk bills.
Okay,
and
so
what they did with that. So
okay, so the reason why I wanted to discuss this is because it is our budget, and I understand that we are not signing off on invoices. I personally believe that at least you, Mr. Chairman, should have the access to sign off on invoices, considering it's our budget. But number one, the fact that there was a bid that went out, it was accepted, a contract was signed. The contract was signed for the 1.45 million. However, this additional $225 an hour for the help desk, I'm a little confused as to why this wasn't discussed. I had no clue about this. I'm not saying that it was done nefariously, but I'm a little concerned about that $200,000. I would like to request or ask if you could, for one, share the reconciliation report with us, but then 2, I would like to see an itemized breakdown of how those funds were spent. And I can't settle with, this many hours was billed, but we have no clue what the actual product that was produced. What were they doing in those hours? So I personally would like to know more about the $200,000. What was spent? What was it spent on? What type of results did they get? Their ROI, and whether or not, and I'd like it to be itemized.
yeah, I can't tell you right now what's available, but I will ask for additional information, and I'll provide copies of these bills to the board and the 2-page letter that I received explaining the help desk work. And I don't know, have you seen the copy of the original contract?
No, please send that to me.
Okay. Yeah, we'll send
and I think that's part of it too, is that a lot of the information that you were provided and that you have now, we weren't provided. And I know you said you got it a few weeks ago. I think it's definitely beneficial to share it with the board so that we can review it as well. And then we could have been better prepared for this meeting. I wasn't aware that that you had all that information. So that's another concern of mine. So yes, please share all that with us. Thank you.
Well, I've after these questions started developing about a month ago with some members, people outside this board, I started trying to gather as much information as possible. I supplied some of it to Dr. Johnson, and she and I had some back and forth comments about it. So I've been trying to prepare myself for this meeting by obtaining as much information as possible. So.
You have a better relationship with the Secretary of State's office, so getting that information is a lot easier for you.
Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have some questions.
Sure.
In May, when we found out that the $5 million was allocated to the State Election Board to provide financial oversight of the ballot image audit to be conducted by the Secretary of State, implemented and conducted. I had asked for our executive director to provide that oversight, and your reply to me was, I have Edward to help also, since he has a legal background. And it says we should have a memorandum of understanding this week. And that was in May. And then there was a memorandum of understanding that was not signed, not dated, not signed, that had your name on it and Gabriel Sterling's name on it. And it gave all the authority to the Secretary of State to control the payment of funds. And then when you finally sent me the contract a couple of weeks ago from Enhanced Voting, I see the contract is for $4.78 million. not $1.45 million. With 2-year provisions and a lot of options to spend the almost $5 million. But we were all along the way told that Enhanced Voting came in with a $1.45 million bid for this 1-year pilot program that we would provide the financial oversight for. So I'm just, I'm trying to make sense of this and make sure that I understand how things happen. And all the invoices that came in through a complaint to us have Gabriel Sterling's signature to authorize payment, rather than you or Ed, would have been Ed Lindsay, I guess, member Lindsay, or our executive director on it. So I'm just, I can't quite make sense of this. And then I see that Enhanced Voting has a number of other election-related contracts with the Secretary of State that appear to me to conflict with the provision in the that the legislature passed that says a third-party vendor with no connections to any current voting system operating in Georgia. So I don't understand. It seems on the face of it, it seems that Enhanced Voting would not have been a viable candidate to put a bid in. And maybe I'm misunderstanding some part of this RFP or the contract or the legislation, but I would like some explanation of that if you have it.
All right, so the contract is a multi-year, the year number 1 is 1.45 million, which is what's listed in the contract. Then there are option years past that.
Right.
But the original contract was 1.45 million, which is what they bid. My understanding is the other company that bid $5 million. So we chose to go with the $1.45 million bid for the year of the contract. And there's no requirement to go with the options. So it was the 1.45 million versus a $5 million bid. Like I said, the 4.7 that you referred to is for a multi-year or a contract with multi-year options. So that has not been exercised at this point. So we're just obligated for that first year.
Okay.
Second of all, in May, you made the recommendation Executive Cohn oversee it. I agreed with you, and so he had responsibility for oversight of this project. Ed Lindsay, as you know, left the board, wasn't able to oversee it. I stepped in and did some of it with, made a couple of meetings at the beginning, asked for updates as needed from the Secretary of State and from Director Cohn to try and just keep on top of what was happening. So, no, I don't have authority to sign anything, so it had to be signed by either Mr. Sterling or Blake Evans. Some of the invoices were signed by Mr. Sterling. In fact, I can tell you which ones. Mr. Sterling signed the $1.45 million invoice. He signed the $36,000 invoice. Blake Evans signed the $192,600 invoice, and Blake Evans signed the $62,100 invoice. And those were all related to that the 1-year contract. The I don't know what your other questions were.
The conflict with
the conflict with the way that I read it, well, the legislation itself, if you read the legislation, it says absolutely nothing about our board having oversight over this. There's no language in it at all in the legislation or the budget that gives the SEB oversight over this project. In fact, it stipulates that the Secretary of State will run the project. So any oversight that we would have had would have been by agreement of the Secretary of State and us. And it was a request made by, I believe, by Chairman Burns that the SEB have oversight of this. And Director Cohn had more conversations with Senator Burns than I did about this. I recall having 1, maybe 2 conversations with Senator Burns about this. I believe that Executive Director Cohn had more than I did. But that was discussions with Senator Burns. There was nothing, absolutely nothing in the legislation that gave SEB oversight over this project. It was simply funded through the SCB into the Secretary of State for the Secretary of State to manage and oversee or to do the project. The memo of understanding itself, you're correct. It had my name on it. I did not sign that memo of understanding. I felt like it was too one-sided, and I did not sign it. So
placing the $5 million in the SCB funds is part of the clear intent of the legislature for the state election board to provide that financial oversight. And at the very least, you and Director Cohen should have seen every single invoice that came in to be paid out of the state election board account.
Well, I feel like I did what was required of myself. There are some personal issues with Director Cohen that I'd be happy to discuss in executive session, but I don't think it'd be appropriate to discuss that in open session.
Well, our standard procedure until Mr. Cohen, Executive Director Cohen, left was that he would authorize payment of invoices that came to the state election board, whether it is our modest per diems or some office supplies or office furniture. But certainly for as much money as $1.45 million, I would expect that somebody on the state election board to have their signature or initials on every one of those invoices, in addition to whoever the Secretary of State designates to authorize payment of invoices.
Well, I can tell you that I have requested any documentation that might have been provided to the Secretary of State from Executive Director Cohen asking to review invoices or asking for updates or anything else. And there are none that could be found where he made a request to look at invoices, to review invoices, or to participate in invoicing in any way. So,
well, it seems by July 29th, Ms. McGowan's effectively shut the door on communications with Executive Director Cohen and directly communicating with Evans or anyone else in the Secretary of State. So that was problematic. And I don't know if there were any communications between yourself and Executive Director Cohen about this or about the invoices either.
well, there's some personnel issues that I'd be happy to discuss in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go back to the help desk really quickly.
Back to the what?
First, the help desk.
Okay.
The help desk. First question though is this a multi-year contract or is just option years?
They're option years.
Okay. And the option years are not like you don't have to engage in those years. That's not.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And in the contract, where does it state like so? Because if it's optional, we're in the first year, correct?
Yes.
So in 1 year, they've already completed because so in the first year they did the auditing, and then they set up a help desk.
A help desk was absolutely necessary because of the amount of training that was required for the 159 counties.
When it was proposed, was it proposed that the help desk would be in year 2?
No, the help desk there's a provision in there for a help desk at $225 an hour.
But there's no provision as to when it will be implemented. It just says randomly, whenever the help desk is needed, that's when they'll start billing the Secretary of State, or billing us rather.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that discussion, so I can't tell you exactly how that went.
If I can add a little bit here. I know that the reason that we went with enhanced voting and not clear ballot is because clear ballot's proposal was close to $5 million for 1 year. And that was because they had offered significantly more staffing to embed within the counties in order to, and I could be misstating this because I did not read the proposals, but my understanding from conversations was that they were planning on providing significantly more staffing to provide direct hands-on support to the counties to train them on uploading. And the whole reason we went with enhanced voting is because this help desk was in lieu of providing direct staffing as a much more economical option.
So the contract, although it was the 1 year contract was capped at 1.4 million, but we exceeded it.
The $225,000 or $225 an hour was a help desk support in addition to the 1.45 million.
Okay. I do have a motion once everyone is finished speaking. I'll come back. Unless we're ready. Okay.
I do have a question. In the cost worksheet analysis that was attached to the contract, year 1 describes implementation, development costs, 1 year maintenance and support, as well as professional services pre and post election. So I'm just trying to understand the extra $300,000.
Is that a question?
That's a question. Do you understand? Do you have an explanation? I mean, I heard it was extra.
The explanation is that was for the help desk support that occurred.
Well, that's different than support, I guess.
Support
is part of the cost worksheet analysis.
Well, it definitely was identified separately in the contract as a line item.
Correct. And that's the thing. So in the contract, it's identified as a line item. However, it's also stated that they are to provide support, and the support should be under that 1.4 million.
Apparently not.
But the help desk,
apparently not, because it's identified as a separate line item.
So the help desk in the support. Okay, so this goes back to my original request, which is to get an itemized breakdown of what the help desk was doing. Because if you can't show me exactly in detail what type of service you were providing for $300,000, we all should be really, really concerned. Okay, so if everyone else is quiet, can I make a motion? Is this the right time?
Are there any other questions?
Well, I'm just perplexed why none of us on the board received communications from, if you were in charge of the financial oversight or Mr. Sterling was, there are no communications from Gabe Sterling or you or Enhanced Voting or Ms. McGowan or even the Secretary of State to the board members about something that's a multi-million-dollar project.
I think that's a question for Executive Director Cohn, who was put in charge of oversight on behalf of the SEB. I mean, there's emails from May to where we asked him to do that and provide to work with the SOS on that. So
I don't have an email that shows that. I sent you an email that said I would like to, but that was answered with you and Ed Lindsay would be available. And I don't recall of it being brought to the board as a vote.
And I thought I remember inquiring about this a while back and being told that you didn't authorize the sign off on these invoices, but you're saying that you did, Mr. Chairman?
No, what I said was that I knew that the SOS would be signing these invoices because they had to sign the invoices. I did not review the invoices prior to them being signed, but I knew that they would be signing the invoices. And,
okay, so you didn't authorize anything.
I understand that all of this is wanting to be laid at my feet.
I'm actually, that's not right, Mr. Chairman. I'm not laying at your feet. I'm actually laying at the feet of the Secretary of State's office. I'm asking you questions because you have more information than we have.
I have provided all the information I have. Okay. Every member of this board had the opportunity to ask whatever questions they wanted throughout this entire process, from either Mr. Cohn, myself, the Secretary of State, or anybody else. And now we're months past this project.
That's not true, Mr. Chairman. But we need to be honest about this. That's not true. Whenever I've sent emails to the Secretary of State's office, I've sent emails to other offices that have not replied. So I think you do know that there is that we are not as our accessibility to the Secretary of State's office is not as good as yours. And I think you know that. So I don't want to act like let's not pretend we don't know what's going on here.
I will agree with that, but not a single member of this board came to me and asked me about any of these bills, who was paying them, who signed them, who had oversight of this project, or anything else.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I didn't think that we would have to, because I assumed that it was being handled. And the issue I have is not that the bills were paid. It's the fact that, one, we didn't know they were being paid. And then secondly, they overpaid outside of the amount that that the contract was for. So regardless, the help desk situation is that's where I have challenges, is the additional $300,000 that came out of our budget. I'm assuming it came out of our budget that we can't account for, or you have a 2-page report, a reconciliation report for $300,000 and it suffices. That's a concern for me. So yeah, I do have questions. I mean, you should too.
The first time I saw an invoice was February 4th, but the first invoice for $1.45 million was paid on September 11th. And I wasn't aware of it. How do you know what's going on in the absence of something?
You ask questions.
Well, I would like to continue this discussion because obviously there's additional information that the entire board should review, particularly the reconciliation report. But I would like an itemized breakdown of how the $300,000 was spent. Who were they helping? Which counties? We need details on that.
I will make a request to the Secretary of State for any further information they have.
Well, actually, I'll put it in writing in case I wasn't clear, but there's some specific information I'm asking for. So I don't want whatever they
Okay.
have. I want what I'm asking for, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you. All right, I'll put it in writing. Thank you.
Member King.
Yes.
I have an invoice from November of 2024 with 839 hours for the help desk. I don't know how many helpers there were, 7 maybe, which works out to be 120 hours per helper for November. Or 5 hours, 5 hours per county. If I work the numbers right.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that we continue the conversation so we can all do an in-depth review of these documents. Because I would like to know what they were doing in those hours.
Is there anything further on this topic?
Not for me.
Move on. The next topic is the public comment. We had 5 individuals that did not get to speak. Let me see if they're online. Alexandra? Cindy Battles? Cindy Battles is not here with us today. Carolyn Putnam? Carolyn Putnam's not here. Edwin Tang? Edwin Tang is not here. Eric Christensen? Eric Christensen's not here. Garland Favorito? Mr. Favorito, would you like to speak to the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would.
Mr. Favorito, I want to just a moment. I would like to remind you we have a kind of a 2-minute limit. So if you'd please keep your comments to 2 minutes, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Always. Yesterday,
Thank
my
you.
wife, Tamara, explained how in September the board passed unchallenged reconciliation rules that were required to be implemented by our counties. 2 of the 3 rules define the only process the public can have to ensure all scanned votes were actually counted. I explained when the rules passed how this scanned but not counted error was found in Tennessee, and they discontinued use of the system, the same system we use here in Georgia. We now know through ORRs that 90% of the counties did not comply with the new rules, and we have no way of knowing if their certified results are correct. OCGA 21231 requires the board to file certified copies of new rules with each county superintendent. I wrote 3 letters to you and the board asking you to inform the counties of the rules that confirm the voting system counted correctly, but you refused to do so. You also did not allow complainants who found this error in nearly all Georgia counties to speak to their complaint, despite an attorney's letter asking you to uphold their right to speak under Title 50. Mr. Chairman, these are examples where your behavior directly conflicts with interest and needs of Georgia voters. You've also repeatedly tried to impede the board's majority from continuing and completing the most critical investigation in state election board history that's regarding the dubious Fulton County 2020 election. These are terrible reflections on you and the governor who appointed you. You built a 37-year career with impeccable credibility at Waffle House, but we have watched you destroy your credibility time after time by attempting to undermine efforts of the majority of the board as they try to ensure integrity, security, and transparency of future Georgia elections. A board chairman must work for the board, not against it. When it comes to the voting system and integrity of Georgia election results, it's been obvious for a long time to many of us that you're being driven by an adverse, hidden political agenda that has no place in Georgia. And please don't blame Executive Director Cohn for this one, because he had nothing to do with it.
Hey, your comments are noted. That concludes our public portion of the meeting. The next item of business, the last item of business is to go into executive session. The chairman will entertain a motion to go into executive session at this time.
So moved.
We have a motion going to executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. So let me remind that the purpose of this executive session is to discuss and deliberate upon appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer or employee. We have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of going into executive session signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This board will now go into executive session. We will come out of executive session to adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Board members, you'll need to leave this meeting and go into join a link that was sent to you earlier this afternoon about executive session.